bracket. But at the moment, yeah, the rest of the games are still being underway. Most of round 1 has been completed. Round 2 in a heavy mix of being played here. A lot of games to note. But let's go ahead and check out some of the ones who are just starting here. I don't know, Fish, if you see Mr. Jack here versus DC. I don't know if you want to investigate that one. That one looks like a fun one. Not purple, blue-green versus white-black, perhaps.
Yep. Now, I will admit, I might be a touch biased here, as DC is someone I personally know.
Oh, all right.
All right, and I would personally like to say that I am heavily rooting against them, as they have knocked me down one too many times with a rush deck, let me just say.
Alright, well, in the game so far, we've already seen quite a few actions here. The Thorn Drake, the Hall of Frost, the Magic Eater coming out. So, Jack definitely on some kind of Frost energy here. There you go, Frost Splash in the castle. Big 10 early shot from Jack.
Ooh. Knight of Flowers coming down into into just one sunflower, my apology.
Yeah, not enough gold for the 2 sunflowers yet, which is more than okay. We still have quite the offense here. The Thorn Drake, the 2/4 flower, both threatening the castle in this next turn. But again, Jack's got a frost package here, so this could easily just be frozen off or stalled in quite a way here.
Ooh, big
Yarn Lightning kind of fixes the problem, but it still forces, quite a few cards to kind of push in.
Right. Ooh, that's 8 damage right to face.
Beautiful there, of course, empowering up the sunflowers, getting another Thorn Drake on board here. This is a fun little use of sunflowers. I haven't seen sunflowers really active in a while. Oh!
Well, there they all go. Ouch.
Oh no, Man the Cannon's coming in here, dealing quite an impressive amount of damage, clearing out most of the offense, leaving just a singular sunflower in the mix. Although DC can, alright, season of growth here. He's got more flowers.
And there comes down that other sunflower that he got from Knight.
Listen, we can't count out the sunflowers, Fish. They are always going to grow back and root even stronger. Although it does suck that we unfortunately now have lost the Knight of Flowers, which I don't believe was copied or Genesis in any way, so we can't create multiple copies of Knight of Flowers. So this is going to be probably the last bit of the flower package that we see in the deck. But Forest Vault's a hell of a card. This bad boy is going to come and clear out the rest, I think, of this offense. I say that as the Sunflower opts to trade into the Wyvern instead of the Trent, which is a bit of an unusual choice. The Trent disappearing anyway, creating that free tombstone.
Captain Hark coming down, generating a bit of treasure and booting up the price of the 3 cards left in DC's hand, now 4, as well as a Trebuchet.
Now, Trebuchet is a bit funny here. I'm sure, Fish, do you know why Trebuchet is a bit of a funny card for this deck?
Oh boy, this is a deck that I've personally tried very hard to run multiple times. If I'm not mistaken, this is a Frost Artillery deck, trying to use all Frost, or multiple, to deal massive damage with artillery units. It is, as far as I can tell, a very difficult deck to play, though. There comes down the second Hall of Frost.
Oh, no.
Oh! Ooh, and Frost Whirl. That's big. Doesn't get the massive damage slap on Castle yet, but lets him stall out these Sunflowers as well as his Fairy Queen.
Yeah, that's, I think, the important part that we need to note here. Just being able to kind of stall and hold the line is mostly ideal. Keeping these cards in play so we can just shoot with the artillery units, or until we can find a freeze to land against the castle ourselves. Fist of the 5 Gods, unfortunately, in another Frost Whirl. All right. Ooh.
About to say, ooh.
Go on.
I was about to say, I was guessing that he probably regretted using that frost drill just then, but apparently not. Mugging coming down, hitting the... Oh, corpse explosion. Ooh, big.
That's going to be an entire board clear from DC. I think that might be it.
Yeah.
The issue is those two frost halls. We needed those to facilitate our massive artillery combo, and with that gone, it feels like it's going to be a very long upward push to even get remotely that kind of damage back. Blaze coming in, hitting the castle. DC feel like he's got this one wrapped up in the bag.
Yep. Dwarven Mithril coming down for the card draw, and a Reaper. Yeah, I don't see any way that Mr. Jack could possibly pull this off here. Mugging. Second mugging. Just trying to stall out here, see if he has anything.
Ooh, Rider.
That's pretty big.
I would not have played the Pyromancer. I would not have played the Pyromancer. That can hit some random targets, including your own castle, my friend.
That can end very poorly. Ooh, as we might see here.
Spectral hitting into the Pyromancer.
Oh, one hit on... Oh, ooh, this is... Ooh. Playing it risky here.
Very, very risky. 1 health and a dream. Adaptive armor into the Spectral to keep it alive. Jack's got at least a total of 7 damage on face. Needs to double that in order to win the game here. Lifewell drawing out some cards here. Any units to give himself some extra boosting? No. Peasant getting cleared off the board.
Let's see.
Rider hitting into the Squire, generating another Squire of his own. Ooh.
Fear of Odin and Lightning Bolt to clear it all off. And a Spell Surge as well. Looks like he got the +2 health buff from that. Looks like he got the +2 health buff from that Lifewell.
Absolutely here, getting a bit stronger. Beautiful work there. Now hard to remove, and can also grow and attack with the use of other spells.
Ooh, big Maldron here.
Maldron might... Oh, that's going to be brutal. The issue is that these colors don't have a direct removal.
Yeah, and if he can try and clear it out, but doing so, he basically guarantees that his castle's going down. I don't see any way that he could possibly dodge that, unless he happens to have a pretty big Guardian in his hand. Maybe a Yenneroth?
Perhaps? Oh, and we're going for it.
Oh,
we're attacking into the Maldron.
Ooh, I don't know how I feel about that.
I don't really like it, because now you're generating all these extra squirrels here, which are going to find targets in, you know, in these other cards. Unless we're removing the squirrels?
If a single one of those squirrels touches castle, he is just dead.
Yeah, it's game. I mean, Jackson's got 10 gold to use. We can create some more targets, perhaps, with these squirrels.
Possibly. Ooh.
Eater again going, or this
Adept. More.
Ooh, Adept going into the...
Oh, the Frost Roll, though. That does clear out a good number of them, but he still has 3 more.
Beautiful. Squirrels not hitting the castle. Neither of them, or excuse me, the Rider as well. Rider still survives to see another day. That could be a big card to keep on the board. Oh!
Ream. Oh.
So this game has to end now, or else Jack is losing.
Oh boy. Man, oh man.
Squirrel hitting the peasant here. And
Squirrel's berserking
the Rider.
Oh boy. Alright. White Knight was probably home from that, but even then, can't use it this turn, so...
Nope.
Yeah.
Oh, there's
Brindle. But, yeah, there's the surrender. Alright. Very good game. Well played from BC, as well as... see, Mr. Jack. All in all, that was a very solid presentation, I feel, of both Screams as well as the classic Artillery Frost build. I'm surprised we didn't see Frost Ship from Mr. Jack, though. That's a card that I see tended to be running those kinds of decks, especially with the big, 20 damage double freeze or double haul freeze shot. That's a big one.
Yeah, I would love to see that, but unfortunately not in the cards this evening. Doomship, nowhere to be found for Jack. DA very very prominent in our community here, and I'm excited to see what he brought to the table. It looks like Ragnar spam. I think he's going for his Telltale here.
Very classic deck. Remember, this was just as prominent in early access as it was now. All around a very solid deck. Very scary. Killer Monkey coming down from Burke. And Ramorous from DA. Clear out that monkey.
Beautiful work there. Early aggression here, meaning early aggression. These beast decks do have a bit of one drops to them, so it makes sense that Ramorous is lurking here. But Warrior turn 2 with the coin here. Ooh, I don't see the Warrior often. Talk to me about that one, Fish. Oh!
Yeah. Warrior is a card that was not really seen a lot, maybe besides in Big Yellow for early access, but after the release, Rush gained a lot of attraction, and I've beginning to just seen it more and more. It's just such a big, solid body. Cleave means that you can hit around Guardians, and on top of that, it's just high damage, especially very early game. So it's very difficult to defend from, hard to push back or get rid of, and just an all-around very solid card.
As we wait to see what both these players want to do, Warrior into Warrior. No, Warrior retreating. We'll hold off in the moment here. Shadow Drake intercepting on DA's Warrior. This leaving, of course, DA the option to remove the Shadow Drake very easily with that remaining 4 HP. Will still survive, too, even after taking the Warrior damage. But curious how Burke wants this Warrior to survive. It means he's got some kind of plan for it, and one that we're not privy to just quite yet.
Additionally, if the Varlskheim ends up killing the Shadow Drake, that means the other Varlskheim from Burke will get the elusive and +1 attack from the there we go, from the Shadow Drake's last will, but it looks like it's just going to get killed off by DA's Warrior.
Yeah, Lightning Bolt clearing off the Drake here, allowing the Cleave to not only hit the other Warrior, but the castle as well, putting Burke on a bit of a back foot to start off this competition. Although plenty of game left here. Owl coming out to intercept draw off of this cheap peasant. Shadow Drake as well hitting the board here to kind of put some pressure on DA's side of things. But not really blocking the peasant. Peasant able to move in and chip if he wants to, either against the hovel or the castle. I feel like, though, DA might want some additional help in blocking the incoming force here.
Mm-hmm. Looks like he's considering his options right now.
There we go, peasant into the Snowy Owl, it looks like.
And a Forest Revolt to clean off the board.
Burke here on 5 golds. Into the peasant play. Snowy Owl coming in now.
Mm-hmm. I think it's safe to say at this point that Burke is definitely running a much more aggro deck. These are all staples of the recent aggro meta, especially Varlskheim as well as Snowy Owl. With the recent reduction in Peasant's price from 2 to 0, it's made Snowy Owl much, much better. Yeah. As a result, it's at this point, I don't know if I would call it an absolute auto-include in every blue deck, but it's certainly one of the more prominent cards.
As now DA looking to, I think, yeah, okay, pass it back there. We had no gold, so I think DA was just contemplating some options in his future turns. DA no stranger to, future scoping a couple of turns ahead. Fist of the 5 Gods, though, from Burke's side here, immediately hitting the wolf here, hitting into the hovel. Shadow Katana onto the Owl, giving it that 4 attack total for a +2 boost. I love the way I can spell out my math there. This means Owl probably most likely going to go ahead and hit this castle from behind.
Mm-hmm.
Looks like Burke not really contemplating on what to do here with this Owl. Maybe okay, there we go. Owl
there we go.
Back here, hitting the castle definitely, or at least is going to. Beautiful. Tying up the castle HP a little bit there, and to the hit against the peasant as well. Ooh, great white shot here, cleaning up the hovel. Curious how the wolf gets to stick around. I would think we remove that before hitting the hovel, but this works too. We do get the hovel damage to get the extra card here for Burke, which he might need. This feels like a very aggro style game from Burke, and he needs all the resources he can.
Yep. Another Snowy Owl coming down from DA, drawing off of that peasant.
Oh.
And an Earth Knight. Complete classic of card.
That Earth Knight, very prominent.
Mm-hmm. I'd even risk to say that this is an auto-include in most decks. I mean, a solid 4/5 or solid 4/6, apologies. Solid 4/6 body for 5 gold. On top of that, Guardian, and it can heal your castle. Just all around a very strong card.
Yeah, now of course Burke gonna have to work his way around this in some way. Not even with the cards on board does he have enough power to clear off that Earth Knight. The Owl at 4, the shot at 1 in the back here, totaling only 5. Not enough to remove the big presence. So hopefully maybe there's a spell in there, maybe Omaiwa hidden to kind of remove the threat here. But would you even say Omaiwa is the good play at this point? Do you think the aggro strategy needs that to kind of keep pushing this damage? Oh, wait a minute.
Multi-strike coming down. Maybe a possible bolt or something else to clear it off.
He doesn't have enough gold for another multi-strike, though, so not able to pull another one of those out. Could do a Katana shot play here, but no, looks like Owl going to be the card to trade in.
Brawl Skym coming down, and Great White shooting in tower.
Still a very effective turn, I would say.
Let's see how DA reacts to this. He's a pretty full hand of cards at, let's see, about 8, so I'm sure he has some kind of reaction or response. Yep, Dwarven Revenger coming down, and a Killer Rabbit to get rid of the Brawl Skym.
Yeah, nice placement there on the rabbit, too. Don't want to throw it too high up, or else it could run to the back and take away the shot instead of the warrior. This way, we guarantee that that warrior is removed without any fear or worry. Now, the Revenger getting that 1 attack off of said interaction here should be fine, but I don't know. I don't think Burke's got another opportunity to remove, or another way, excuse me, to remove a card like this.
Here's a... Oh, huh. Interesting. He must have gotten the Torgon off of DA's supply depot.
And that was not the ideal card for him to take. This deck that Burke is running really lacks the beast power. Aside from Killer Monkey, I don't think there's any. And meanwhile, a Yarm Lightning inbound here does a big cleanup against the board here. Every other unit that was on there, the shot, the spell surge, the Torgon, all removed in one foul swoop here. And this just might be it. I don't know if Burke's got the recovery for this.
These kinds of rush decks rarely include any sort of late game draw potential or anything like that. The best I guess you could hope for here is drawing into, say, a Ronin or a Yarhim Titan if he happens to have either of those. Those are 2 cards that you commonly see in this type of deck, but otherwise, he's in a tough spot here.
I would say Yarm Titan is probably the card to go to.
Yeah. Stone Drake. Oof.
Stone Drake is not the card to pull at this time.
Yeah.
That inert body will not defend Burke from the incoming assault.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, it's going to force DA to not play any, I guess, spells, but at that point, do you really have to when you have this much, much good stuff going for you?
Here's the Torgon.
Torton coming out here, doing a bit of beast duplication. Have no idea what has potentially been copied here, but okay, we have a killer rabbit. I was about to say, we have 6 gold, so if we were going to start to see, I don't know, Ragnar come out here with a lot of those early one-drop beasts, then it could have been game over very, very quickly.
Yep. Both those rabbits are going to run in and get about 4 damage on tower. Right now, ooh, Yarhim's Lightning coming down, clearing off most of the board, except for the... Oh, there's a second Yarhim Lightning to clear off that Dwarven Revenger.
Only 1 card in hand, cannot play it at this point here, going back to DA with a nearly full hand, though. Depending on what he has, this might be the game if Ragnar is lurking. Snowy Owl maybe trying to draw out to the... Nope, there's rabbits.
2 more. 3 killer rabbits. Ooh, boy.
Not lethal damage yet, because one is going to value the peasant, and of course the 2 hitting into face here, so... it's not exactly over, but we lack the Yarm Lightning to kind of clean this up, so... I think this is going to be it. Yeah, Freya is not going to do it.
Ooh.
Getting rid of one of the rabbits here. And then, yeah, Snowy Owl.
Oh, no.
That's brutal.
Yeah. That is brutal. Very well played from DA, though. Very solid deck, and showcased quite well. Didn't get to see the Ragnar, though, unfortunately, but all in all, a pretty good game.
Absolutely. DA, of course, taking his spot in the Ragnar spam. Or at least I would say we didn't see Ragnar in that game. Ragnar Beast spam was the go-to. But yeah, again, a very, very valiant performance here as a lot more games continue to flow. Checking back in with the board real quick to see where we are in the total standings. A lot of the losers bracket matches now are starting to come in and be played here. We are holding at round 4 by the looks of things here, so the winners bracket now going to probably come to a bit of a pause here. A couple players though have made it. DA, Banana, we've got Odd Jaguar in there, as well as Bench and Wensber, I believe, if I pronounced that correctly. All have qualified so far for their round 4 positions, which is very beautiful to see. There are a couple of players still waiting to fill in the rest of those spots here. But, I mean, let's start off to you, Fish. Do you see a matchup right now that you'd have a couple of interests in? Is there anything that you want to move in to spectate here?
Here. Ooh, new one seems to have just started. Astonisher versus Tet.
Sure.
Maybe we hop into that one.
Absolutely. I can agree with that, as we now got the games going. Turn 1 passes by the looks of things here, as to be expected here, but Wolf now coming out from Astonisher's side.
Yep.
Now, seeing as how we saw the previous game with the white-black Fish, what do you think is going to be in this black-white deck specifically?
I wouldn't be surprised if this is a screens list. The Wolf makes me think that this might have a bit of a beast sort of subtyping. Thorn Drake supports the idea that this is that this screams with the double body from Thorn Drake always being a very strong always being very beneficial to generating the damage for that. And from Tet, the War Cow as well as the colors make me assume that this is probably a big yellow deck.
Yeah, Big Yellow seems to be doing quite well. We've had a couple of games where I think it might have advanced. I mean, Tet's made it this far after all with Big Yellow. So that's got to be a good sign, right?
Yep. Thorn Drake going into Vaskerheim as well as the Wolf. And a Knight of Flowers coming down to buff up that Sunflower and then throw down another one.
Yeah, not bad, not bad. Getting this Knight. Hopefully this Knight sticks around longer than the last one. The last time we saw Knight of Flowers, he was instantly deleted without any hesitation or mercy. And I hope this one could stick around for a bit to do a bit more. Because I'd like to see... I personally would love to see if we saw like a Genesis Knight of Flowers. I feel like people haven't gotten to that because... that itself is a bit of an extraneous combo to pull off, but man, does it hit right if it happens.
Oh, yeah. Personally, I've always been a very big fan of Genesis, especially with Archdruid Leanna. I feel like it's a very underrated card and a lot of fun, especially with global buff cards like Knight of Flowers.
Oh no!
Ooh, that's big.
I wanted the knight to do something, and unfortunately, Sacred Ground said absolutely not. Ground removing, dispelling the board here, clearing off the Sunflowers, the Knight of Flowers, as well as the War Cow on the other side either.
One of the Sunflowers moves into hit tower, and the other one, let's see. Moves down. Thorndrake coming in, and a Peasant.
Not bad. Again, I think trying to assert a lot of bodies on the board here. Maybe even trying to tempt out a bit of that Yarm Lightning from Tet's side here. We know Viking players are going to carry that Yarm Lightning. Yarm Lightning, I think, no Viking deck is without, would you say, this one? Would that be something of a fair assumption to make?
Oh, yeah. Yarm Lightning has always been a very solid card, and with the recent resurgence in Rush decks, it's become even more solid as it can clear off a lot of bodies very quickly.
We see the War Cow pop into one of those Sunflowers here. Legionnaire taking up a position as well. This is going to be an interesting bar to deal with on Jay's side. Right now, nothing. There are at least multiple options to trade into the Legionnaire, but all of them do give a little bit of value over to him. So, oh, never mind.
Ooh.
And there's a Killer Rabbit.
Killer Rabbit. Good. That'll clear off the Legionnaire. Run down on the Tombstone, and right now puts Tet on the back foot.
Yeah, thankfully, Legionnaire does get a proc off of killing the rabbit, so it's not a total unfair interaction.
Ooh, Yarm Lightning coming down.
You knew at least one was hiding in there somewhere to try and control this board space a little bit. The Sunflower. Ooh! Ooh!
Ooh, Resurrection. Big Son. Ooh, that's quite good.
A big resurrection indeed, pulling out the Legionnaire from beyond the grave here. This is going to be an issue for Jay to deal with. He giving at least 2 bodies into it does not seem very good right now. Going to take the Hovel, though. Will try to get something. Ooh! And Joff is the card to get pulled.
Yeah, and hits a 7 gold thing as well. And he comes down with a Fairy Queen as well. And a single Sunflower.
His own tombstones as well with that, trying to clear space so his units can advance forward. Very nice there. We love to see it.
I'd be very surprised if he wasn't running Genesis in this deck with both Knight of Flowers and Fairy Queen. Both of them are very good Genesis targets.
Listen, I would love to see a Genesis, but unfortunately it feels like people are very turned away from Genesis. They feel like it's a card that really takes too long to get in gear and to properly utilize, but when it does hit the board, there is a lot of value to be had no matter what you're Genesising. Whether it's a Knight of Flower for more Sunflower buffs, the Fairy Queen for more of the Fairy pops, Maldron. I think people can forget that Maldron's a great target as well in these colors.
Oh. Swordsman coming down, and we get a Knight Fairy, Berserk Fairy, and Decay Fairy. That all pretty solid pulls.
Berserk Fairy not sticking around for long as it goes right for the Swordsman. Sunflower going to clear the Tombstone to get that 4/5 into face. Beautiful work there.
Tower down to 13. And a Reaper coming down as well. And a Torgon.
Torgon only copying 1 card, though. It means the beast count is not high in Jay's hand. Very curious on that point. But hey, Torgon is Torgon. Torgon is going to be a bit of a way to throw extra pressure to Tet. At the moment here, it feels like Tet needs a bit of breathing room. Yarm Lightning going to try and get him said breathing room, clearing out most of this board except for 1 Decaying Fairy, which will probably die on its own when the turn passes back. So this is essentially a clear board for Tet.
Oh, yeah.
Into the Angel of
Mercy.
Now, Fish, remind me, what have we seen so far that can be pulled from the Angel?
Let's see. A War Cow and a Vaskerheim, if I'm not mistaken. Big old Maldron coming down to block off that tower.
Maldron's gonna be really annoying to deal with here on Tet's side. Again, these colors lack a way to instantly remove. We've used the Dispel too as well. We've used the Sacred Ground, so there could be another one in hand or waiting. Would love to see this Maldron get dispelled to, you know, get rid of it.
Pushes that out of the way.
That does also work.
Hits into tower with the Angel of Mercy.
3 more gold here to see what he can do with, if anything. Debating on something here. I see Ted's flipping through some cards here. Ted's flipping through some cardboard.
Veskerheim Warrior coming down, and that'll be his turn.
A Vasheim is still a great addition to throw in some more pressure on Jay's side. Squirrels all hitting against the Brynjolf as well as 1 warrior. You see British Yolf?
Brynjolf. My apologies. I do not know how to pronounce these things.
No, you're fine. I was just like, where do you get the British from?
Lord.
Anyways.
Now, imagine him with a little top hat and monocle, daintily holding a
cup of tea.
This little thing of tea?
Yeah.
Would you like trumpets, good sir?
Oh my lord. In the meantime here, the big old Maldron moving up here. The Squirrel's trading in with the Hawk. We saw Beast Mode on the Warrior, changing that into a Hawk here, which was traders then into the Squirrel. Leaving the Angel of Mercy on Tet's side here to still wreak some havoc, which is something I think that he's going to enjoy here, especially since he can push it into this corner and protect it from the Maldron.
Yeah. Journey of Faith coming down for a bit of draw.
Ted bouncing back, seeing if there's any sort of way to, I guess, deal with the Maldron at hand. This Maldron, of course, probably going to move down and assert the guardianship over the castle once again. I would not be surprised. Yarm Titan, War Cow, both coming out here to add additional pressure onto Jay here.
Touch of Life on Maldron to heal him back up.
Beautiful work there. Of course, Maldron now going to be still large and in charge. Would assume, though, he was going to want to move that down to provide some kind of guardian protection, because that Angel of Mercy still unanswered in the back there. His peasant now looking to maybe get involved here in some way, shape, or form. Drain life onto the cow. Curious here. There is Killer Rabbit here. Killer Rabbit, I don't know if I like Killer Rabbit here. Killer Rabbit's got about like a weird 50-50 shot of land. Okay. Unless I did my evasion math wrong. I thought it could have also gone and hit the Angel of Mercy, but thankfully, Yarm Titan gets cleared out with the Death Strike here. So now Angel of Mercy, the only card left for Jay to deal with. And Tet now unable to land that Angel of Mercy onto face thanks to the guardianship of Maldron. Listen, if it was not a 50-50, I might have just done my math wrong. Ooh! John Viev coming out now. Unfortunately, not the best resurrection targets, pulling out the Hawk from that earlier beast mode, as well as the War Cow.
Angel of Mercy goes into a peasant. Looks like he's about to move his War Cow. War Cow clears out some of the back tombstones.
Yep. Hawk, of course, doing its work as well. All good things here. And Ted having 1 gold to spare. You have maybe that Journey of Faith again to draw. Nope, passes back to Jay.
Beast mode onto the Angel of Mercy.
Nice way to remove
and
it.
Maldron hits it. Living Vines come down.
Squirrels interacting here, the bird interacting. Alright, lost 1 squirrel, but not too bad. Joan now able to strike down the Living Vines if it decides to do so. War Cow can walk through the tombstones as well, hit the Maldron if that's a good idea.
Seems like he just elects to clear out some more of the tombstones. And a Minotaur coming down. Big ol' body. Hits the Maldron. Draws a card for Tet.
Joan still has not taken an action yet. Will it go against the Vines? It will. Getting rid of that Vine last will here, putting it at no last will. I don't know. What do you call losing your last will? What would you kind of give that a name for, per se?
The nullifying, maybe. Let's see. There's probably a legal term for what is it? Removing that type of document. Actually, it's a good question on this. Disinherit.
Ah, very good. And as you can see here, all the Berserk Squirrels going in and connecting. Some of them hitting into the Minotaur directly, giving Tet that additional draw here.
Still can move with that Living Vines, and he has a couple of options in his hand by the looks of it, with 4 cards. Living Vines hits into the Minotaur. And a second Living Vines coming down, as well as Peasant. Squirrels clear off some of those tombstones, as well as chip a bit on John Vive. Surprisingly not hitting the 1 tombstone that's blocking John Vive from the castle. But quite lucky for Astonisher. Ooh, Lieutenant Yoff coming down and clearing off said tombstone to let John Vive move in for the hit on castle.
Tet now with 8 gold as per the Joff treasure as well.
Looks like he's thinking on what to do. He has about 7 cards in hand, so he's plenty of options.
Oh, absolutely. Although in Big Yellow, some of them, you know, are more of those resurrections and a bit riskier to run. Oh,
Yarvin Titan coming down, though.
Oh, yeah, Yarvin Titan's still a big boy here. That's going to do some fantastic work. A little bit of action from the Squirrel there as Yarm Titan gets hit by the last of those Berserk Squirrels. Vines into
John Vive's. Ooh. Both a Killer Rabbit and a Owlbear coming down to put pressure as well as get rid of the Yarm Titan.
Big old 7/7 body here, doing some good work, being an intimidating factor here. Ooh, all right, good Earth Knight Guardian. Gonna protect himself a bit longer.
Doing up the castle a bit, and only one of the peasants can reach him right now. So that'll help stall the game out a little bit. Likely looking for answers to some of these very threatening units.
Wolf coming in, no cards found off of that. That's gonna be most likely the hovel pulled in. There from Tet's side. Very unfortunate pulling the wolf with no beasts to find in deck. Angel of Mercy popping back out, trying to play a bit of defense for the Earth Knight, although with evasion or elusive could also move around the board and do some good stuff. Touch of Life there on Jay's side, drawing and healing. Beautiful.
Frankly, I'm quite surprised that he would play down the wolf alongside the Angel of Mercy, as that could very well dilute the Resurrect pile quite a bit. Looks like the wolf is going to get cleared off by the Owlbear, and the Living Vine is going to hit into the Angel. Second Living Vines is summoned and then dispelled, and a Hawk is gotten off of the Angel. Another Owlbear coming down. Oof.
Yeah,
a lot of big threats.
Oh, these big owlbears.
Yellow and blue's complete lack of any real hard removal here is really coming back to bite him right now.
Yeah, but I mean, in these colors, what do you count as your hard removal? I mean, I think Sacred Ground do a great work at dispelling and making these owlbears smaller, but I don't think we've played our second one. That might be still lost in the deck somewhere.
Yeah. Freeze certainly helps, though, here. Though all he comes out with is Frost Strike.
Still a good body here for defense. These owlbears are going to have a hard time at least getting to the front of the line here without a bit of shenanigans from Jay.
Double Guardian.
Walk into the peasant now. Earth Knight probably shouldn't get involved here, to be honest. I think he should kind of hold this guy back as the... Yeah, well, okay. Pushing it up to remove the peasant here, putting it in line of these owlbears.
Yep. Witch Doctor coming down. And a Drain Life on him. Ooh. Interesting little play. This helps to clean up a bit of the board, as well as, reducing the stats of the Yenneroth and Earth Knights so that they can easily be taken out with the Owlbears.
Kind of a nice play here at sacrificing your Witch Doctor. We're no stranger to that being a play here. I'm surprised, though, that we have to use the Drain Life to do it, but hey, it works. It works. Valkyrie, unfortunately, hitting only one card off of the Resurrection here, pulling out the War Cow. Not exactly the best pull, but we can use Valkyrie to clean up one of these big owlbears. That would be, I think, probably the best option for us here. Still leaves the rest of a lot of that unanswered.
Shattering Strike on the owlbears to stall it for a bit.
Very nice.
This also does actually block off the second owlbear from moving in on tower.
Yeah, so that was going to be my other question here. Do we value the owlbear more over the immediate damage of the vines? But honestly, I think the owlbear is a bit more of a threat here. Both of us are completely wrong, though. As the Valkyrie swoops in to pop the wolf there at the bottom, Living Vine's going to have a walk back, actually removing the Valkyrie itself. The owlbear taking out the other War Cow here to give that boost to the castle here. More peasants. Anything from the hand? No cards played.
Well, the Tombstones clears itself off, dropping the number back down to 5.
as per the new Tombstone rule. Now, let me ask you about that, Fish. Do you find that these Tombstones now being limited to 5 actually helps control the, I guess, the power level of Tombstone decks, undead decks, or zombie decks, things that, you know, use these Tombstones to build up big armies or things like that and just populate all over the board here? Has that been effective at clearing it up?
I wouldn't exactly say it's cleared it up, but big screams coming in. Anyway, as I was saying, I wouldn't exactly say that it clears it up, but it certainly influences it quite a bit. I would personally say it is quite nice that you aren't able to that your opponent isn't able to just flood your side of the board with tombstones by killing off your big things with, say, removal or anything like that. That can be very annoying, blocking you off, especially in this front lane where you need to reach tower with anything that doesn't have elusive. For the most part, though, the fact that they're removed at the end of the turn often means that you can still get like a lot of value off of stuff that, you know, would globally affect tombstones, namely Necro Commanders and Thick.
Yeah, Necromancer, Zethik, able to populate a lot of zombies onto the board here, a staple of undead decks. So for him to kind of have his power reduced kind of helps in a way, but no, I think you're right. Seeing as how you can still use them before the end of the turn, it sometimes does not change too much about the outcome. And in comes the big Screams play here, as Scream's going to go ahead and take away the remainder of Tet's Castle, as Jay walks away with a massive, massive W with that Screams play. Beautiful work.
Mm-hmm. You're seeing a lot of Screams decks coming out, and every single one of them has been pretty effective so far. So far. We have quite a few more games to play, as we are now going to quickly go ahead and check the brackets again on our side. I've been hearing issues of the site having a bit of issues, so our coordinators are trying to update those brackets as fast as possible, so please give them some patience and you know, check back in periodically. But we are a smaller team, so to speak, so we're doing the best that we can. Meanwhile, losers brackets are still going underway quite strongly here. Everyone falling into the matches. We are mostly looking like on round 3 for those games. All of the players so far in the top spots have not had an opportunity to play yet. So with that being said, I think we're still going to hold off on those round 4 matchups in the winners bracket for just a bit here. In the meantime, we want to try and get the losers round 3 filed up here. That was a fresh matchup here. As I rock down to see, ooh, we have, looks like we have Kate versus Scare Owl. Do you want to see how Kate does in this next matchup, Fish? Sure. These two have been longtime players, as far as I'm aware, and I know that both of them are quite good, as they have beaten me repeatedly. This should be a good match for the ages. And Kate Space still rocking the yellow-black, and Scare Owl running white-black, which we have seen quite a bit of.
Yeah, I would not be surprised if white-black is going to be the most popular choice coming out of this event here. This deck has been very dominant, or more so the fact that Screams has been proven a fairly dominant win con. Not a lot of responses to stop it. Very big, can get very scary, kind of essentially OTK the castle even, depending on how much interaction happens during the matchup. It's probably one of the strongest win cons currently going inside of the game. Not the ultimate win con, but definitely one of the stronger win cons.
Let's see. Beastmaster coming down from Scare Owl, forcing Kate Space into a more defensive position by the looks of it. Spiny is an interesting choice. Not a card that you really... I've only seen it, like, ever played once or twice. But it's personally one of my favorites. I think it's a very solid card in most instances. Just being able to ping your opponent's tower a couple of times, and it's such a tanky one-cost unit. All around very solid, especially for clearing out peasants and whatnot.
Absolutely. Speaking of cards we don't see often as much, Beastmaster making an appearance here in, was it turn 3, I believe? Yeah, turn 3, as he's only costing 3 gold there. Haven't seen him in a while. Not since, God, even in like the very start of early access. I feel like we haven't seen him do any sort of big major work here ever since he's gotten his beast count reduced to 1. But still good to see him here now. I think most likely here to kind of facilitate the further interactions between you know, units dying and your big Screams of the Fallen play. But again, Dark Bargain coming out here to kill off the Dwarven Paladin. We've seen Dark Bargain quite a bit today as well, speaking of that card. I don't know where it's come from, but it is... Whew, it's doing some work. It's doing some effective work. Back to Scare Owl now, as Dwarven Paladin the only card here to block this incoming horde.
Ooh.
Not entirely sure what Kate has been playing so far in this event, although we do know it's pretty prevalent on Knights. We do know the Strength of Will Swordsman combo is in here, as that's how he's won the previous matchup that we saw him in.
Ooh.
Rabbit removing the Dwarven Paladin from the board here. Again, keeping the pressure up here, keeping the Rabbit on board as well, which is very important. That could be a bit of a problem.
Righteous coming down, clearing off the Scout Bird, and then getting taken off itself by the Rabbit.
Thorndrake coming in now on the turn 6 here. Again, putting out more bodies to fluster Kate. Also do a great job of controlling the tombstones. I think that's a bit of an important fact that we haven't talked about too much, Fish, when going up against matchups like this in tombstones. Having the tombstone population be controlled by the remaining units rather than focusing completely on chipping away the castle. Phantom Horse coming in now, removing the Thorndrake from the board. See Special Router coming in now, more damage being put in. Phantom Horse again being cleared. Again, the same game plan all game. Controlling the tombstones, controlling the entire board, putting aggro pressure onto face.
Oop, there we go. Sorry about that, just cut out there for a bit, folks.
Welcome back, Fish. No worries, the game is still going, and quite a fast one at that.
Ooh, yeah. Oh, Corpse Explosion coming down. Clearing off. Whoops. There we go. Clearing off most of the board, taking out the supply depot. Actually, clearing off all the board. And Scarrow still has a life advantage, but has considerably less cards in hand. See what he comes up with next.
Peasant from Owl's side here, knife going in.
Passing the turn on. Just trying to refill his hand by the looks of it. Dracula coming down.
That's what he gives us a little more defenses here for his castle.
Mm-hmm. That's on Scarrow. Let's see how he responds to this.
Fairy Queen now coming out.
So it's a single peasant.
Now Dracula's staring down the Fairy Queen, unable to advance forward to the castle at this point here. Although, I mean, removing the Fairy Queen isn't the worst thing to do.
Paladin come.
Ooh, alright. Paladin can clear off the peasant here, so the Dracula doesn't have to die right away. We're taking a shot here with the Dracula's castle. No, teleporting it, actually.
Teleporting.
It's a very early teleport, actually.
It's surprising, considering right now the only thing threatening is Fairy Queen. And, well, it is a pretty solid 4/4 body and is low. Still feel like you could have simply taken it out and then maybe blocked with, I don't know, any cheap units he happens to have in hand. Be fair, though, he can't exactly block the peasants anymore.
Yeah.
One drop.
As now Scare debating on what to do here. We know that Scare is a bit of a thinker, so... Fairy Queen getting popped into the Berserk Fairy, the Decay... or two of the Decaying Fairies, actually. Both of these able to actually clear out the Dracula if they want to, or either one of them could. I mean, we actually might be able to just clear the board here if we play this the way I think we're going to play it. Depends, though. I mean, do you want to lose the 4/6 Fairy?
Okay.
There we go.
Clears off both of those, the Righteous Paladin with both his Decaying Fairies.
Pushing the Berserk Fairy down to engage the Dracula here. Now, that's why Scare's in the seat and I'm not. I was not thinking of that specific line.
Ooh, Maldrin coming down as well.
Yeah, Maldrin's a big boy. A lot of legends coming down here, I feel like, in the past few minutes. Dracula, Fairy Queen, Maldrin. You gotta throw out the heavy hitters very, very early.
Drain life onto one of the two Decaying Fairies. Healing back up the tower to 12. Does he have a response to that Maldrin, though?
No, I would not. It's going to be hard. Maldrin's a big body. Again, colors aren't the best suited. I would really like a Mana Core or a Sacred Ground here against these Maldrins.
Yeah.
Second drain against the other Decaying Fairy, bringing us back to 15. Dwarven Greed doing a bit of discard draw. Maybe just discard. I thought I saw a draw in there. I'm not entirely sure. Into some additional treasure. I mean, taking also 4 from Maldrin, not the worst thing in the world.
Especially with all the healing he's been able to do.
Yeah, that is true.
Bringing down the life totals to equal, though I doubt they're going to stay that way for long.
No, not with Maldrin in the position that he is. Although, when was the last time, Fish, you saw an offensive Maldrin? Oh, make that 2!
Oh, baby, told ya! Genesis coming down. Oh.
God, this is why Genesis is a very scary card, folks. Dual Maldrins pressing against against Kate.
And then the end of days to clean it all up. I was just thinking to myself, oh man, Kate might have an end of days here.
And he did. Kate beautifully executed the end of days, removing both Maldrins. And again, it's another card we haven't seen in a while. I've not seen someone whip out an end of days in what feels like years. But Kate doing the smart, packing it up, and delivering. But now Screens of the Fallen here. Scare very prematurely popping out to these screens, but a good spot to do it in. Trying to catch, I think, Kate off guard with the low health total and nothing out on a clear board. Trying to think I don't know if he's got enough bodies to block against the damage here. We saw 22 total. I'm trying to count up on the board here. It's 15, 19. I mean, there's a chance that he survives by 1, I think.
Both those tombstones being hit, that might be able to let him survive. But oof, even then, he's left at 1 health.
Yeah, left at the mercy pretty much of, Scare Owl, Dracula, and then shooting the castle.
Yeah.
Tombstones coming out here, being popped. And yeah, we are... Oh, 2 HP in a dream.
Ugh. I'm trying to think of scare. Oh,
Oh,
Scare.
no.
I was trying to think. They don't have any burn to deal with it, but
The rabbit is as
yeah,
gross of a
rabbit
burn as
comes
it
in,
gets.
clean it up.
Absolutely disgusting work there. As Scare Owl cleans up, pushing against the... I guess we didn't even classify what Femboy's deck was. Kate's deck was. I think it was kind of like a knight, undead, swordsman type deal, if I remember correctly. But I'm sure he'll share with us later on at some point. In the meantime, here as more of our games kind of wrap up here, we're pushing into losers round 4. It looks like, as people are kind of filing in, getting the last of those games being played here. However, it looks like round 4 has commenced on the winner's side, as Koala has beaten Banana and Shift has beaten Jaguar, both to claim individually separate spots on that round 5. We'll check back in on round 5 in a minute here, as I do want to get those games per se. In the meantime, though, losers bracket, is there any games that are kind of catching your eye here? Oh, okay, as it looks like we only have 2 to be fair here. Let me do a double check.
Between Tet and Beans, as well as, or sorry, Tet and Ooge, as well as Beans and Boutier, I believe is how you pronounce that. Don't quote me on that though.
Yeah.
But, any preferences from you?
Before we jump in, let me just alert the players who maybe are waiting. You know, because it looks like we can do bit of a round 4 can play type deal. I think I did mention to players that we were holding. Let's go ahead and give them the signal that it is safe to play in round 4 if able to. Whether you're in losers or winners bracket, we'll kind of maybe grab a winners matchup here from round 4. As yeah, we'll see right here. Let's go ahead and jump into the first one here. Bench versus Wensber are one of the 4 quarterfinal matchups.
Ooh.
In our winners bracket here, alongside DA and Astonisher, who have yet to play at this particular moment. But let's go ahead and jump in. Another purple blue matchup going against a yellow blue. Could be seeing another sign of maybe freeze traps on Bench's side going up against the big yellow, the yellow blue from Wenber's side.
Leatherbound books coming down. Now I'd like to ask you this: how do you personally feel about leatherbound books?
Books is an investment I don't think I would make, especially because of the lower deck count size that we have. If you're trying to speed through your deck, though, and pull out a certain combo, then absolutely fine. Books would be a very useful card for you. But in a day where we have only these, 30 cards and 2 of those spots are taken up by cycle tools, I feel like there are better options out there that can do more for your board, as well as give you an extra draw on the side.
Gorgon coming down, freezing off that viral Skyme, or not freezing, apologies, inerting. Don't know if that's a word, but whatever. Let's see. That is going to slow him down for a bit. Gorgon, a card that you don't see too often, but honestly a fairly solid one.
I've used Gorgon. I feel like Gorgon has been a neat little tool for me. The inert ability, I feel like, is a bit stronger, being able to kind of like walk through the card. I think you can kind of walk through freeze cards too, if I'm not mistaken, but being able to walk through the inert cards to get to a better position is really, really good. And of course, Angel of Mercy coming to intercept the incoming warrior. Angel here doesn't really have a huge pull to pull from. I think maybe has like the Gorgon that we saw that died off here.
A Imperial Guard.
The guard. That's the other card I was thinking of. You're right. Snowy Owl coming out as well for the peasant to pick up some additional draw. Not bad here from benches. Both players still kind of really in the early phases, testing both of their waters here, seeing what each other has to offer.
Seems like the lists that we're seeing are fairly standard. Bench running a more aggro style, while Wensber running Big Yellow.
Absolutely there. Both what we already have seen before in this tournament. Maybe not against each other, per se, but we've definitely seen both of these types of lists running around.
Yep.
As the Snowy Owl cleared off by the Angel of Mercy here. Good kind of way to keep resources in the favor of Wensber here, excuse me. Keeping things a while to interact with more cards to slow down the aggro pressure of the purple-blue here. The Hassan Legionnaire in a great position as well to intercept the Warrior. I say his old name, I believe he's just Legionnaire now. Even I still get confused on the card names sometimes. Here is, yep, there's the Imperial Guard here from the Angel of Mercy.
Now, bench here has a choice to either clear off that warrior now, as well as sit in castle, or take out the supply depot, or just Ome that.
Yep, Omaewaing against the Legionnaire here and getting the warrior off of on the hovel and the castle here, I think works really well. The Fist of the Five Gods from the against the Imperial Guard also landing to castle here, doing some great aggro work. Very early, very effective, very clean, and forces Wensber on a bit of a back foot here. I think he might have to. Oh, I thought he was going to interact with the warrior, but I guess that's something else for it, as the Imperial Guard continue to hit 3 against the castle, trying to even out the life totals a bit.
Lieutenant Yoff coming down.
Oh, wow. Yoff coming down. Look how much treasure we pulled off of that. Ooh. 9 treasure into a Yarm Titan and a Resurrection. That was a large turn. Yeah. Absolutely incredible turn.
Now bench is on the defensive. Let's see if he can pull through.
With an aggro list, I don't... Okay.
Oh.
There's the second Omaewa being played at a bench here, both out of rotation now. Not bad for Wensber to get both of those out and early, out as early as possible.
Minotaur coming down, clearing off the warrior, and both the guards hitting into tower.
Beautiful work there. Love to see that. Multi-strike against the Minotaur and the weaker of the 2 guards here. Excellent, excellent. As now bench still has to deal with a 3/4 Imperial Guard on his face. And debating something in the hand. Kage!
Ooh, Kage coming down.
Kage, I don't think it's there's a wrong way to say either of those two work here. But we haven't seen this guy, I think, all tournament either. For as many purple decks as we've seen, this is the first appearance of Kage in the event.
Yep.
Same strategy comes out, yep.
Throws down yet another Imperial Guard and Titan. Neither of them actually electing to block the Kage, but see, doesn't matter anyway as it goes into the Imperial Guard on face.
But to say, I don't think it needs to be in a bit of a. I don't think any of these cards need to be defending as. Yeah, we can just leave the Kage alone and push up some big strong units here. Multi-strike clearing out the guard as well as one of the. Or the castle as well as a bit of the guard, and now the Sacred Ground dispelling the Yarm Titan. Still a huge body, still delivering 4 damage, no cleave, so the hovel remains safe. The depot remains safe. But yeah, that is still an effective turn of events here. I think it feels like Wensber has a tight control over this game with how big of these bodies he's throwing at bench.
Oh yeah. Yet another Imperial Guard coming down, as well as a Earth Knight to heal up that castle, both in the front lane to further push and just generally be aggro. All in all, Ronin coming down, as well as a Killer Monkey and a Peasant.
Yeah, maybe not. Don't count bench out just yet. The Death Strike on the Monkey here, especially when the Yarm Titan has no cleave, but I think if Wensber has a response to clearing off the... he does.
Oh, man.
Valkyrie's going to open the way for the Earth Knight. There is the finishing blow. Oh. Wensber advances with Big Yellow. In a match that felt very one-sided, it felt like Big Yellow, a deck that really purposefully counteracts what this Ninja Viking aggro stuff tries to do.
Mm-hmm.
As one of those round 4 matches now finished, the other one, as you see here, DA and Astonisher underway. The rest of the losers bracket hopefully filling up as well. We love to see it.
I'm going to watch the VOD stream later to see just how many Imperial Guards came down during that game. I would say.
Absolutely. Oh, we have so many. We have so many Imperial Guards. Not just in that matchup too, but I mean like in general. Guards has been a favorable choice. It has been a favorable choice.
Yep. New match just starting. Between what is that? That is a long name. Jewish Hamburger 68 versus Take It Boy. You want to take a look at that?
I'll take a look at that matchup here. We'll see if Burglar or Take It has any kind of play here. Again, it looks like another aggro list from Burglar with the Ninja Viking. And Take It with the Ragnar Beast spam, as you see here, Ramrus turn 1. And the colors Druid Viking, that's got to point to the Ragnar Beasts. Now, I'm trying to think of like which deck is favored here. Both of these decks have a bit of an impressive early game. But I do think Ragnar is more favored the later we go, being able to produce those massive beast copies here with the Ramrus and the Rabbit, as well as the Ragnar damage totaling up here. And once the aggro dissipates, that might be it for Burglar.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know, Fish. What are you thinking as the matchup here goes underway? Is there a favorite you have? Is there a deck that you think falls in the line of having a better chance than the other?
Well, let's see. If this game doesn't go on for very long, I'm probably going to go in favor of Mr. Hamburglar over here, because I tend to find that this blue-purple aggro type list tends to do like a bit more favorably during that really early game compared to white-blue. But if the game goes on for a bit longer, then it's likely going to swing in Take It Boy's favor. As you said, that classic blue-white beast Ragnar spam list does tend to do a lot better during the late game, especially once they hit that Torgen and then the Ragnar. Absolutely. At that point, the game will probably be over.
And speaking of, cards doing things, Night of Flowers, please stick around and do something.
Oh, Genesis.
I would love if someone could pull out the Genesis Night of Flowers for the end of this event here, but if we don't see it, we don't see it. In the meantime, Night of Flowers pulling up a Sunflower to block this incoming Owl. The Killer Monkey in a bit of a weird spot here, cannot interact with any of the board here. It does not have that elusive, like I think the Killer Rabbit that Burglar might have expected there, but regardless, Katana over onto the Owl, popping the Night of Flowers. Unfortunate. I am sad beyond words, folks.
Always hurts to see.
These Night of Flowers can't get them Genesis before the end of the game, it feels like.
Yeah.
Interesting here with, though, Take It strategy going directly in. We saw a hit on the face. Oh, for Yarm Lightning.
Ooh, man, that just clears off the entire board. And a single Sunflower coming down.
Making sure that tempo isn't lost in the shuffle. Beautiful work there.
Killer Monkey and a Vaskerheim coming down, both to try and apply pressure. See if Take It Boy has a response to either of these.
Debating here, throwing a bit of a back and forth. We've got one card specifically hovered right now. Overpower.
Ooh,
go ahead
and dealing. Oh.
Yeah, no, go ahead. Dealing 3 damage.
Killer Rabbit coming down to clear off the Vaskerheim, and Sunflower going into hit face.
Yep, beautiful work there. Berserk on the Rabbit, meaning Overpower gets a bit more value. Snowy Owl coming back out, yoinking a card off the Sunflower that was on board still. That's a little bit of wacky draw here. But yeah, I mean, I was mentioning before, like if Take It can survive the early aggression and the early beatdown this deck sometimes provides here, then you might have a good shot at going all the way in this match. But Take It's already got a bit of a card disadvantage here. It feels like.
Yeah. Spirit Blast hitting face, drawing Hamburglar card.
Keeping that hand size a bit fresh, a bit healthier. So
Second, also drawing off of the Sunflower, as well as a Vaskerheim and a Peasant.
Not a bad list of cards here to be a bit of a thorn in the side of Burglar.
Mm-hmm.
Snowy Owl could probably take out the Peasant, I want to say, unless he has another katana for that warrior.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Warrior feels like a bit of a threat right now. This is a big body that is not easy to remove. It demands some other commitment.
Yep. Multi-strike coming down. Hitting Tower, interestingly enough. Would have expected it to go into the Vaskerheim.
Yeah.
But it played for the
weird choice.
And Dwarf and Mithril onto Castle, I guess just to give it a bit more defense against these incoming units. Second Killer Rabbit comes down to clean up the Snowy Owl, and then another Vaskerheim as well to deal, just to apply even more aggro on top of what Take It already has.
Absolutely. I mean, these big four bodies, we saw it. Burglar couldn't respond to them then. I don't know if he's going to respond to them now. Lightning.
Ooh, Garham Lightning coming down, clearing off the rest of the board.
Ooh.
Another. Now he has hand advantage and health advantage, and on a clean board. Pack hunting.
We might lose that card advantage real soon here. Pack hunting gonna go ahead and get those multiple copies. As Take It deciding on what to bring into his hand here. He must have a choice as he's sitting on something. Does pull 3 of something though. It might have been Cockatrice.
Oh boy, I think it was. All 3 hitting Tower.
It's an interesting commitment at this point in the game here. One would think if you had Ragnar, you wouldn't want to hold those, but sure. Brynjolf going in, cleaning up one of those Cockatrices into the face here. Beautiful work. Dealing an extra 3 damage thanks to Brynjolf's pushback. Spirit Blast taking out one of the other Cockatrices as well. The game is getting dangerously low on both sides here as 7 to 6 HP. Ragnar hits the board. Oh, wow.
Oof. And that's game.
Yeah, as Ragnar uncontested with the Berserk here. The final blow into the face. Ooh. Burglar wins over the Ragnar spam. Oh, no. Excuse me. Take It Boy wins. I mixed up those two. Holy moly. I just... Blah, blah, blah. Anyways. Ragnar spam wins over the purple-blue aggro. Oy, oy, oy. As,
very solid.
Take It advances. Yeah, very solid matchup by both of those players. Beautiful work on both sides. As let's go ahead and do a quick check-in over on the bracket side. Let's see here. Yeah, as Burglar advances, waiting on, I believe... I think that might have been... Was that a bit of a... So Take It beats... And that goes there. Oh, okay. So we're waiting on... We're waiting on Burglar's next matchup here. The brackets confuse me. That has not been determined yet, unfortunately. The loser of DA versus Astonisher, which is a very still ongoing matchup, will go ahead and face Take It in the next or in his next matchup. In the meantime, here I see Jaguar versus Ultraviolet. Yeah, do you want to take a look at that one here? Is 2 big yellow matchups going against each other, or would you like to check in the Val Banana matchup, Fish? Anyone grabbing your eye?
The big yellow mirror match sounds good to me. And already looking at it, I can tell it's a very
how do I put this, chaotic game. I feel like we kind of came in at the back end of it, though.
Oh, yeah, this one might be over before we even have a word here.
Oh, yeah.
Joff coming in. Joff only getting that 2 extra treasure.
Man. Sacred Ground coming down. Huh. Interestingly, does not remove charge from Yoff.
No.
Is that?
That is lethal. Yep, that is on the board now. Currently lethal damage as Ultraviolet advances in his match. Well, that was a good cast.
Well, awfully thrilling game we got there.
Oh, yeah, definitely saw all of that. Oh yeah. Very nice here as God, what was it? I believe Violet won, I think.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, I didn't even remember for a second there. I got nervous. I was like, oh. All right, but in the terms of the rest of the match, the loser's bracket is going well here. While we have the opportunity, I think we can go ahead and take a look at one of our semi-final matchups here, as Shift and Wensber is waiting in the wings here. Those players might be good to go. Let me go ahead and verify. That might be our next matchup to look at, as the rest of loser's bracket kind of is being played out here. So let me just confirm here. Sometimes it feels very demanding typing in all caps. It's like I'm yelling at the lobby constantly.
I see Shift here. Let's see. And so is Wensber.
Yeah, both are present in the lobby here, but I'm trying to see if I can poke them in. Maybe if I type in... All right, beautiful. So it looks like DA and Astonisher might have. I don't know. They're still going. That is a round 17 knee-deep matchup here. As yep, there we go. The Wensber versus Shift matchup is underway here. And listen, Fish, you want to see you wanted to see the mirror matchup here, Big Yellow versus Big Yellow. That just might be what we're getting here.
Oh yeah.
Both players taking the Viking Crusader matchup here, and what we've seen from this deck, it's been very prevalent today. These color combos doing very well against the Ninja Viking aggro here. Lore Master on the side of Shift here to get a bit of extra card draw going. That is quite beautiful there. A little bit of a Lore Master boost here with the random legendaries.
Peasant coming down from Wensber.
Yep, absolutely there. Beautiful work. Well, what else do we expect here on, turn 2 in a big yellow matchup? It's just two peasants beefing at each other. And that beef's set to continue as turn 3, Wensber goes for another peasant play. Shift's going to equally respond here. All right, so peasant on peasant, so good. We're doing it twice. Moving those, going to go for a third peasant play on turn 4. Very exciting so far, Fish.
Very thrilling, gripping match.
I don't know if we might see something at a different... Oh, all right, metal out of turn 5, or turn 4, excuse me. Peggercorn.
Coming down. The first non-peasant thing that we've seen played.
Beautiful work there, as Peggercorn now set to intercept the Earth Knight being played on Wensber's side here. All right, bit of a bigger body, beefy showdown here. Peasant moving in to deal 1 damage to that depot up top as well.
All the frost coming down. Ooh. Probably going to see a bit of Vikings.
We have not seen freeze out of Big Yellow all tournament, have we? Like Hall of Frost levels of freeze.
Don't think we have.
I don't know if that is the case, but listen. We got game to play. We got things to see. Let's go ahead and do it. Hypothermia.
Ooh.
That's a great freeze card to pull, especially since it's not in your colors. That is going to, of course, take out the Earth Knight with relative ease here. The peasant still, of course, doing stuff in the... Oh!
Oh, double resurrect. Ooh.
Oh, that's brutal.
That is brutal.
That are 2 Earth Knights prepped and ready to go on this board. That is not good. One, of course, smartly playing the Guardian role, defending the matchup here.
Like I said, solid body on a 5-cost unit.
Absolutely.
Is quite good on both offense and defense.
As Penguin coming in now.
Mm-hmm.
This might be more freeze deck than Big Yellow on the side of Shift here, I think. The more we play it out, the more we see.
Ooh.
Pegacorn only being able to hit the peasant, unfortunately, to keep it around on the board here. Not exactly the best of scenarios, I think, at the moment for Shift to deal with. Revenger being hit in by the Earth Knight. Peasant popping into the Penguin. That might mean our favorite spell is coming out of Vikings.
Oh.
It feels like a siren. It is Yarm Lightning.
I was thinking earlier when he pinged the depot with that one peasant, he was most likely setting up for a Yarhim.
Yeah, and you were right. Your guesstimation was correct. As now the War Cow from the Pegacoin does give a bit of a boost to Shift's life totals, which is not bad. But that Hall of Frost is the only thing Shift was able to hold on to.
Mm-hmm.
Now facing down an Earth Knight as well as the incoming peasant freshly spawned.
Second Hall of Frost coming down. Maybe hoping for a second Hypothermia. Angel of Mercy.
Minotaur here coming in. Big damage against the Angel of Mercy, clearing that out. Revenger in the stead, excuse me, of the Angel. Earth Knight so worried about it that it went back to hit into it, deal with it, maybe setting up for another Yarm Lightning. I mean, listen, Fish. If you're in the wheelhouse of Shift here, what are your thoughts regarding being able to pull back from the Yarm Lightning? Do you still feel confident? Do you still feel good that you're keeping the halls up? What are your thoughts on that?
Frankly, if I was in his wheelhouse right now, I would try and see if I could pull out a Yarhim of my own if it happens to be running in the second. If not, Frost War would work just as well. Even if it does end up hitting, like taking out one of my Halls of Frost as well as the Revenger there, though that doesn't really matter now. Ooh, Swordsman coming down. I feel like it would have just been a much better trade as, you know, a 1-2 and a single Halls of Frost for, what was it, a Earth Knight Peasant as well as a Minotaur would have been a pretty good deal.
Absolutely.
Yep. Though as we see here, Swordsman coming in, then Minotaur coming in after that, clearing off the Swordsman and leaving the Minotaur there with 1 health left. Wraps of Mending changes that, healing it back up to full. And now Wensber has to figure out a way to get rid of this or hopefully block it off.
Yeah, the Minotaur going to do quite a bit of vital work here for Shift, not only being a big presence, but also on those sleighs can draw additional cards. Angel of War cleaning that up, though. Big body here, who, again, we have not seen since his last change as a result of the last tournament we did, where Angel was a very prevalent card in the yellow-black stall shenanigans. Now Angel of War, of course, making an appearance here in the semifinals of Winners Bracket. Being a bit of a nuisance here at the 5-2 stat line here, forcing Shift to get another response out and maybe another charge unit, perhaps. Yarm Titan.
Yep. Interestingly, not on either of the Halls of Frost or the castle. Oh, but Frost Giant comes down to stop that Angel of War from moving around.
Absolutely there, of course. A brilliant way to stall cards is the Frost Giant freezing. And now Peasant has the choice to either push in for one or hold back, play a bit of defense here, as I don't know if he's got a response for both of these cards.
Yeah, both pretty big bodies with high health. We might even see, what is it, Force of Will come out. I wouldn't be surprised by that. Yenneroth coming down, blocking off the Yarhim. And Wensber possibly playing down another Frost spell to stop one of these two. Oh, Winds of the North, there we go, stopping both of them.
Brilliant.
Yep. Peasant moves into Pain Castle, and
we'll throw it back to Shift, yeah.
Yeah.
Shift only rocking, I believe... Actually, no, he's got no cards that he can move around on this board here. Shiva. Oh, okay,
Ooh.
Another Guardian to defend the Halls of Frost. That's the card that we were doing. Now Shiva, of course, not only being a big Guardian problem here, but also the extra damage off the Last Will. The Last Will does actually pop the Hovel in this case, so we're going to have to say goodbye to it unless we have a Dispel in the frame here, in the picture. Angel of War popping into the Shiva. Peasant moving up here, curiously enough here, dealing damage to the Yarm Titan. Now is that because I have a card that we think that we have in hand? Are we setting up for that?
Yeah. Oh, Wyvern Riding. Interesting. Hitting the Shiva and summoning a Frostdrake to freeze that Yarhim in his tracks.
Absolutely, very nicely done there. Here now, of course, Yenneroth won't move. Instead, the warrior opting to block Yenneroth, dealing damage to the Frost Titan, lowering him from a 2/7 to a 2/2. Very nice work there.
Gotta say, this game is quite the slugfest.
Absolutely, these colors are meant for more attrition. They're meant for, you know, that big beef slapping back and forth. And we're seeing that all across the board here with cards like Yenneroth, you know, Frost Giant, Yarm Titan, hell, even Shiva, Angel of War. Those cards are beefy. Those cards are big. You can't deny that. But now, of course, going back into Shift's court, he's doing more of the Frost type shenanigans, though. So I'm hoping he maybe gets some use out of those halls that he saved back there. Double halls doesn't really scoff at.
Oh, John Vive coming down. Big play. Didn't get the best pulls off, I gotta say. But...
No, but we can kind of make use of this in a way. I mean, the Revenger can gain attack power. We just won't be able to trade with one of the units, though, because the Penguin can hit from below. The Frost Titan can hit above, but it's not killing either of these units. We can remove the Warrior with, I guess, yeah, like that. But I guess we're not removing the Yenneroth. The Yenneroth's still in play here, still acting as a body block to the Yarm Titan.
Mm-hmm. Wensber got a lot to deal with, though. Dragon Knight coming down, summoning a Faithful. That goes into the John B.
Ah, there's the Yarm Lightning. Yarm Lighting, of course, cleaning up a lot of Shift's remaining units there. Everything being cleared off for the most part. The Titan and the Enroth doing the final exchange at the moment. Shift with the Angel of War, though. Angel of War coming in, slicing down the Dragon Knight, giving him that 2/2 Knight in the next turn. Resurrection, popping a Revenger in place to throw it back. That was quite the turn.
Yeah.
Being able to clean up most of that board here, if not all of it. We're keeping, I think, one Hall of Frost, but it's important now. Double Hull no longer a factor. That's going to take away the power that the Frost packs at this point.
Angel of Mercy coming down to block off that Revenger and a Yarhim to guard the castle.
Absolutely. Beautiful stuff here. Frost Giant in response. That's not going to be good. 10 damage. Yarm Titan immediately eliminated. Thanks to that huge Frost play there.
Oh, man.
And now, of course, Shift having 6 gold can still have some resource to deal with this Angel of Mercy, hopefully. Paladin!
+2/+2, so it was pulled off of the Angel of War from Shift earlier, and I guess he's just been holding on to that in his hand.
Absolutely correct there. Beautiful stuff. And yeah, Revenger not taking any chances here. Needs to keep that other Hall alive. So going to go ahead and retreat. Put that Guardianship over the castle. As well as the Hall of Frost here. Leaving the Faithful Drake to roam freely. To interact how he pleases. Poor Faithful Drake. Not exactly the most useful, I think, so far. Ooh!
Ooh. Sacred Ground coming down.
Ground is actually incredibly huge at this point here. A lot of things neutralized. The Revenger, the Paladin buff, the Hall of Frost, everything facing a large dispel. So no longer will Frost pack any sort of double punch here from Shift in any capacity. He's lost both the halls.
Oh, yeah. The Yarhim coming down as well to block off the Frost Giant.
Absolutely correct there. Here, Paladin plus the Revenger here. Most likely the combo to eliminate the Faithful Drake off the board here. Beautiful takedown. Frost Giant still has yet to make a move. White
Knight coming down. Wonder where he got that. Oh, what was it? Dwarf Paladin. There we go.
Ah, Paladin. That was a while ago, right?
Yeah. Must have been holding on to that for a long time.
That's some crazy holding on that.
Solid aggro body, though. I feel like the cleave from Yarhim is probably going to clean it up pretty well.
Yeah.
At this point, it feels like Shift is just trying to, you know, push back and get himself into a position where he can start pushing onto Wensber. It's a bit hard, though, with... well, now with this many bodies, it's going to be pretty hard.
The cleave of the Yarm Titan here, I kind of see what he wants to do. He wants to kind of eliminate the Yarm Titan with a lot of extra bodies to help clean up the board here to keep his Yarm alive, but... I mean, right now, yeah, you see there's going to be a clean trade here. A lot of units killed, but we no longer have the Titan. I think that's still a fair trade-off to take, though.
Dwarven Revenger dispelled as well, so he doesn't gain any kind of buff off of that.
Correct, yeah. He's sitting here at a 1-3, not able to do a whole lot. He can interact with the Minotaur, but that would just give Wensber a bit more draw.
Shift now in a pretty difficult position here.
Yeah, I mean, his options are like, you know, end of days. I don't think we don't know if that's in Shift's deck. We haven't seen a lot of Shift play today, but it very well could be an end of days hidden somewhere in this list.
Imperial Guard,
yeah, all good cards. The Lore Master as well. Revenger pushing up. He's trying to do something out here. Can't do anything in the back anymore. Needs to kind of accelerate forward. There's the Joff play. Huge treasure discard.
Oh man, 9 treasure.
And that is all right. And that is a disconnect from Shift or from Shift. Yeah, Wensber gonna go ahead and clean that up, and woo, very, very well played by both sides there. We'll see Shift move down to the losers bracket as we now move into our second semifinal of winners. At this point here, we've got Jay up against Count Koala. So let's go ahead and get that one going here as I'm going to... Yeah, I think Astonisher on the other side here. They're going to go ahead and get set to go. Beautiful. So let's go ahead and get that game started here as the rest of the losers bracket will continue to move forward here as best as we can. I know here we're having some site trouble issues with Challenge. Unfortunately, not able to update some of those brackets here. So a couple of things moving slow on one end. So hopefully try to get that repaired as soon as possible. In the meantime, Fish, Astonisher versus Koala here. We saw, I think, Koala very early on in our broadcast. He went pretty well with the Necromancer Viking build up against now the Screams build of Astonisher. What are your thoughts here? Who do you got? What's going through your mind on this one?
Both these are very solid decks. Tombs has been strong for quite a while, pretty much since early access, as far as I can remember. Let's see. Honestly, this could just be a complete toss-up. I don't know. I don't think either of these players has an edge exactly. They're both, as far as I can tell, they're both quite skilled. And both are running solid decks that have, well, been previously proven to work.
Absolutely. You're 100% right there. And as we see here, the first signs of play here are no peasants from either side, as a wolf meets a frost lich directly in the middle. Reaper coming out as the follow-up, throwing it back to Koala. Interesting mix-up here. We know Jay's got some beast stuff in here, so the wolf makes sense. Reaper, of course, from the tombstones. All good stuff here, but I really do want to see what Koala kind of brings up against the Screens matchup here. I think, if I remember correctly, his deck was a bit of a faster one with some tombstone stuff, and hopefully maybe we can see that in this match. As we do see the Frost Lich and the Wolf engage in combat here. This could mean a trade between the two. We'll have to see. It looks like Jay is going to take it or not. I think he should take it. Yeah. There he goes. Beautiful. Connections made there. Tombstones positioned in a way that's going to make Koala spawning a bit awkward here. The Rabbit being played as well to eliminate the Gorilla Fighter while keeping said Rabbit active. Beautiful, beautiful work from Jay in the early game. Now, what I could want to see here, I would hope maybe Koala considering a Raised Dead at this point here. Raised Dead going to activate all three of those tombstones and pretty much clean house, right? I mean, the Reaper would die, the Rabbit would die, and they would put him up with Zombie, right? Mm-hmm. And we have seen Raised Dead be effective. I do think it's a card that I think people should should pay a little bit more attention to. Those zombies, then, the aggro they put on, the pressure they put on your face, isn't a joke in the early stages of the game. And especially because we, like we said, those tombstones at 2 gold, a lot more scarier and effective at producing earlier content.
Mm-hmm. Reaper moves up and clears off one of the top tombstones. And a peasant comes down as well.
Gorilla Fighter now coming out here, drawing a 2 gold unit here from Koala, getting all of his deck out early, it seems like. There's the Frost Drake.
Yep.
Skeleton Dog here out to block the incoming Peasant as well here, trying to cover all of the grounds.
Mm-hmm. Skeletal Dog also gets the +1 attack, so that Reaper now can only make a clean trade. No value be had. There we go. It's into that, and Peasant is all that's left.
I would assume Peasant should maybe focus on removing some tombstone stuff. I feel like Astonisher's deck really uses tombstones as kind of like an extra, not as a focal point, like Koala's does. I think Koala's more inclined to use those tombstones with things like Army of the Damned, which we saw earlier. Maybe things like the Raised Dead, Zethik, Norabon, all those heavy hitters.
Yep. I found one of the best ways to counter a lot of tombstone decks is simply just use their tombstones before they can, effectively.
Pretty much, yeah. If you're in the mirror matchup, why not go for it? Or destroy them too if you don't have the ability to use any of those tombstones as well. I think we saw that earlier in the match, or early in a different broadcast with Scare Owl. His control over the tombstones really kind of limiting the plays that his opponent could make.
Frost Blast coming down on the Peasant, and both the Skeletal Dog and Frost Drake moving up. As well as clearing out.
Yeah. Which, kind of interesting that we were moving the tombstones, because aren't we the ones that can use them more effectively?
That is true, that is true. Living Vines coming down.
Vines is a bit of a big boy here, coming in at 5 gold. Norabon, though, on board. Haven't seen Norabon all day. Woo! Norabon creating a Skeletal Knight here, as well as the Skeletal Pirate and the Phantom Horse. Not the big Grave Knight boy that everyone wants to aspire to pull, but still, quite an effective play here.
Curse of the Moon coming down on Skeletal Warrior, and the only thing it can reach right now is the Phantom Horse.
Yeah, that's going to be a great interaction there for him.
So that gives him tons of value. And then a Witch Doctor coming down as well to clear off anything, to debuff anything else that Koala decides to play down. Oop,
there's Ray's dead.
There we go.
Ray's out here doing effective work here in cleaning out some of these cards. Zombie, though, I think should probably... I think he's going to see this, right? Yeah, beautiful. Vines popping into the zombie here. The other zombie going to probably go ahead and hit into the Witch Doctor to nullify that Witch Doctor debuff.
Mm-hmm.
And now Koala 5 gold and a ton of cards in hand compared to Astonisher. There is a massive difference.
Ooh, Angel of Death coming down. Not a card that we've seen a whole lot of. Most recent release, if I'm not mistaken. And
absolutely.
Yeah, all around very solid card found. I still have on the back burner, in fact, your Death Printer deck, which I do very much want to try out.
Oh, the Death Printer. Such a fun combo, but a little tricky to pull off sometimes. But when you do have the multiple Angels of Death coming out, it is very, very enjoyable. But we'll see here. I'm hoping that this Angel can at least scoop in some value. A lot of players have been really good about hitting the Angel of Death before it hits anything massive or can really pull anything to your side. So we'll see. I'm hoping Koala has maybe a way to remove tombstones. We'll love to see maybe a Corpse Explosion here. But Wyvern Rider, hey, that works just as well. Angel of Death hitting into the Living Vines here. There is the Vine stolen and fully ready to go with the Last Will attachment and everything.
Ooh, boy.
That, of course, going to be very problematic for Astonisher to deal with here. Really just having the Thorn Drake and the Peasant won't be enough. I'm hoping maybe a Corpse Explosion hidden somewhere in the list. Or in the hand even, maybe. Unless he sees a different route that I don't see. But the Wyvern Rider, Living Vines, these are all very problematic units here. So, we'll see Thorn Drake hit in, the Vines hit in. There it is.
Whoop. There it is.
Corpse Explosion does hit the board here. Curse of Death. Haven't seen Curse played. I think I saw this going around from the lobby chat earlier that Jay had this. So cool to see it being played here. But that 5/3 is virtually unimpeded at this point. That thing will stop in. Has the ability to pop either the hovel or the castle. I'm thinking more so the castle though, because our hand is pretty maxed out.
5 damage right to face. Oof.
You do see Frost Drake go ahead, take out one of the tombstones here. Okay, interesting choice. Oh, so that way you can Grave Knight effectively. Ah, I see. Yeah, this is some brutal stuff here from Koala, really asserting a full board, and this is even after a Corpse Explosion. This is supposed to be when, you know, Koala has nothing left and has to rebuild, but he is already, you know, built back and bounced back harder than I think we'd expect him to.
Ooh, boy. Maldron coming down, though. If he doesn't have any Dispel in his hand or any hard removal like Soul Destroy, this could be quite the game changer.
Yeah, with how many cards get played on the board after that. But we are hitting directly into that Maldron. Wow, we have no Maldron fear whatsoever. We're going to brute force the Maldron.
Ooh, boy.
And there he goes, Maldron away on the board here. We can use the Frostdrake maybe to interact with some of the squirrels here. Penguin as well.
Oh! Oh, man, that is big.
Not only does that remove the squirrels, Penguin jacked up at OTK range.
Penguin.
That is absolutely broken to high hell.
Oh, yeah. Drain life and corpse explosion. Does this clean house? Ooh.
Does not. Grave Knight still a huge contender hitting on the board here, and that is Jay's second corpse explosion used up.
Yep. Oh, Bone Dragon.
And speaking of board clears, that Mordnoth hits the board here and removes most, if not the remainder of the rest of the board.
Yeah. Touch of Life, bringing the castle back up a bit. And another Curse of Death. Trying to just thin that hand out a bit more. Or, sorry, not thin. Trying to knock out some of those future creatures. Rabbit hits into the Mordnoth, but the big old Grave Knight's still around, and that's half of his remaining health.
Ow!
Oh,
Yikes!
The fawn.
That's gonna be, I think, game right there. I don't think Jay has a response. The Maldron out of hand. There's no way you can remove the screams. I think that's it. That's game. Yeah, Jay surrendering. Koala advancing to our winners finals. Wow. That was a very well played use of the tombstones by Koala. I don't think it gets any better than that, I think, for this event. That was beautiful stuff.
Yeah.
As we go ahead, take a look back in with the tournament right now, as we check the brackets here. DA looks like he's moving against Val here. Again, had to unfortunately shift some things around, as well as Violet and Bench are also should be running their game right about now. So we're gonna go ahead and those two are now playing against each other. But let's go ahead and actually check out, as losers are trying to finish it up here. Let's go ahead and check out the winners finals here between Count Koala and Wensber. I think we should go ahead and get that matchup going right about now. So if those two are present, I'll go ahead and announce it to those in the lobby. So that way we have our winner for winners bracket determined, and we'll of course go on to face the winner of losers bracket whenever both players are ready. So let's go ahead. Those players, of course, both here and ready to go. So let's go ahead and get that underway. And Fish, I mean, how are you feeling so far, this far into the event? I mean, this is your first time casting with us here on the bench. What are your thoughts here? How are you liking the event so far?
Oh no, I'm pretty happy with what I see. Seen a good couple of interesting games. It's pretty unique takes on decks, especially with I'm noticing a lot of freeze kind of being added in kind of combination with a lot of decks, such as Big Yellow, or with Count Koala here. What is it? Blue Black Tombs.
Mm-hmm.
All in all, it's just been some really solid games and really solid playing. Happy with what I see.
And starting off this game, Medal of Bravery into the Frost Lich. Into Big Yellow's classic opening play of turn 2 Peasant.
Snowy Owl coming down to get Valley off that Peasant.
Not before taking the draw, though. Yep, absolutely. Here is the Imperial Guard coming out to block here. Going to try and wield off both of these units.
Both go right into the Imperial Guard, spawn 2 tombstones, and clearing them off.
Absolutely, but now those tombstones, can we be utilizing those for some shenanigans? Again, we know Koala's deck has got a plethora of undead tools, raised dead army, a lot of tombstone manipulation. Is it safe to leave those about?
Angel Mercy coming down to block off that Skeletal Squire. Army of the Dead as well. Filling up Count's hand.
Frostwraith coming in now as well. Pulling off some good little defense here. Or trying to, at the very least. Angel of Mercy still has that elusive, still will run around and cause a bit of issues no matter where these other units get played to. Now you can see their Squire getting eliminated by the said Angel. Allowing Wensber to put something on board. Now, Fish, I'm going to miss the card played here, but there is something in the Resurrection pool, right, for Wensber at this point before he plays the Angel?
There is a, let's see, Imperial Guard for him.
Ah, right, the Guard. Listen, can never forget the Guard, as he's been the mainstay of Big Yellow for this entire event, it feels like.
Oh, yeah. Frostwraith moves down, hitting the Angel of Mercy and summoning that said guard. And then a Wraith to clean up the guard and leaves him with a zombie.
Yeah, wouldn't really advise putting the zombie into that Legionnaire right away. That can generate him some cards, but we do need to block the Legionnaire, as that is going right for a hovel and will get a lot of value if connected. Of course, the zombie going to go ahead and chill up at the top there, a bit of a nuisance. Legionnaire popping the Snowy Owl, gaining some additional draw and treasure. Love to see it. Warrior going to come up as well with another Angel of Mercy here. So again, this is what we've seen out of Big Yellow so far. This is the strategy they've come to adapt in this event. Angels, Warriors, kind of putting an early pressure down, which kind of feels a bit stronger than some of the other decks that we've seen here. At least I know with Resurrection in the past here, back when it was first being kind of touted around with the Kage Resurrection in the Ninjas, there wasn't this much kind of I guess presence or aggression from the deck. It usually tended to kind of hang out and chill about for a bit before it really got going with all the Kages. It feels like these Resurrection decks are taking a bit more of a turn, and that's it's good. It shows that the deck is kind of evolving and adapting as it should in any kind of scenario like this.
Earth Knight and Resurrection coming down for yet another Angel of Mercy. Ooh.
Of course, Angel of Mercy important, as that card will generate another resurrected unit, most likely an Imperial Guard, as we've kind of theorized or can point out here. Or maybe a Warrior now, as that's in the Resurrection pool as well.
Count Koala has quite a bit to deal with here. He clears up the Vaskerheim with his zombie, but does he have any answers to these two Angels of Mercy?
Yeah, that is yet to be seen, unfortunately. As Koala, good at keeping a very big and sizable hand, but does have to get these out on the board here to deal with the incoming threats. Frostdrake, Penguin, as well as 2 gold here. Do we have another Lich out into the mix here? We do indeed. There's a Frost Lich. Now, this Earth Knight can move in and pop into the Frost Lich if that is the case here. Angel's though going to actually ignore all of these presences and go directly for face, it looks like. Minotaur as well, chopping down the Penguin here. Getting some draw off of that. Beautiful use of the Minotaur's ability.
Another Angel hits into the Frostdrake and gives Wensber a Vaskerheim Warrior.
Yeah, that Warrior being in the Resurrection pool might not have been the best move earlier in the game, but hey. We are seeing that play out live here, as Koala now a sizable amount of tombstones to actually work with at this point. I would say a Corpse Explosion here might do him some good, and there it is.
Clears off most of the board, just leaving one Vaskerheim from the Angel Resurrect, as well as a 2-health Earth Knight.
Absolutely. A shame that the Corpus Soldier doesn't catch that resurrected unit inside of the pull. But hey, that's fine. Shattering Strike on that warrior. Gonna go ahead and freeze it off in place. No second copy in hand to finish off a icy lethal blow.
Swordsman coming out, dealing 4 damage straight to the face, and the Earth Knight just dealing another 4.
Absolutely, Corpus Explosion, a big MVP, but not really saving Koala in this moment, as the warrior now unfrozen, the Earth Knight in play, and the Swordsman being a bit of a huge threat to the board.
Frost Whirl coming down, just for the even more stall. Cleaning up the, what was that?
The Earth Knight, as well as the warrior and the Swordsman, kind of stalling those in place. Keeping our situation very much alive and well, as Joff comes in now, only dealing a 4 treasure discard to Wensber's deck, so not as big as the 9s and 7s that we've been seeing out of Joff lately. As Yarm Titan set to move in and deal even more damage to this board, as yeah, Koala kind of telling there he is not in a good spot.
Please.
He is not okay, folks. Koala is not okay. There are 3 cleave units on the board and only 1 peasant in Koala's corner.
Even with card advantage, she just doesn't have enough answers to all this. Oh man.
Yeah, it's a bit of a shame, but I mean, this is kind of what Big Yellow does. Throws its big creatures.
Wyvern Rider coming down, getting the Vaskerheim Warrior, and then the Frost Drake pops into the Swordsman.
Yeah, it has to. It's kind of throwing up any kind of defense it can to block off for things like the Joff and the Yarm Titan, which is coming down here. Yeah, Joff really has no way of hitting into the castle at this range, aside from getting a tombstone removed. But the Swordsman, of course, frozen, can't exactly engage with anything surrounding the castle here.
Oh boy!
Well, why not get another one then?
Oh man!
Joff landing in. Thankfully, the tombstone will help defend us from the Yarm Titan devastation. But the Gorgon coming in here, inerting the peasant, and meanwhile everything else kind of unfrozen or in striking distance, feels very bad here. This might be it for our friend Count Koala here, Fish. I don't know if he's got anything in the tank.
Cemetery coming down. Raised Dead.
Raised Dead's good here, can clean off the Swordsman as well as the Joff here.
But even then, there's still lethal on the board.
Yeah,
Oof.
4/4. It doesn't matter. We need some kind of further answer, as both Swordsman and Yarm are cleave units.
Gorilla Fighter coming down. Oof. Not even any two costs left in Koala's deck.
Yeah, that is going to be game. Oh, actually, no. If he can't remove the tombstone, then okay, never mind. There it is.
Ooh.
There is a Yarm Lightning. Beautiful work there. Destroying the rest of the board here with that powerful lightning magic, and advancing Wensber into the winners into the finals actually, as winners finals was finished up right there. Congratulations, Wensber, you take the winners bracket. However, there is more tournament, as losers bracket is still underway and commencing with games, so we are still waiting on his very final opponent, so to speak. In the meantime, how does losers brackets look? So let's go ahead and check in on those bad boys. As it looks like we have Shift re-entering the mix here, taking on the winner of DA and Val. Meanwhile, Astonisher and Bench playing in their matchup. Their semifinal will lead us to a losers round 8, I believe. I don't know if it's kind of like a losers winners, because Koala's on the other side here. But regardless, Fish, we've got 2 games here. Which one do you fancy more of?
Ooh.
We haven't seen yellow-red yet, so I'd like to take a look at that one.
Absolutely. Let's go ahead and jump right in as Jay with the Dragon Egg. And the Heaven Claw. Okay, this is a bit of a funny matchup here.
Oh boy.
All right, what are we doing here with the Heaven Claw is the big question. We see Dragon's Egg, we see Heaven Claw here. Fist of the Five Gods taking out the Heaven Claw's HP a little bit there, shooting into the Peasant Spear of Odin, collapsing the rest of Heaven Claw. Peasant being played up in front here. This is a tight game we came into, Fish. This is a really tight one. Both players only have at least, like, you know, one card.
Trying to think of what what deck Astonisher could possibly be running here. Nothing that I recognize.
Actually, I mean, I see Dragon Egg, I see Stegosaurus. Could this be a bit of an evolution build?
Oh, you might be right there. Even with the Angel as well. Let's see, that could go into Valkyrie or what is it called?
Nah, unfortunately, I think it just goes into actually Angel of Death. I think, and I actually
right.
Is it? Yeah, Angel is at 4, so it would get us into Angel of Death at 5 gold. That'd be a nice evolution play there. In the meantime, Warrior coming out here, being a bit of a nuisance, but also being forced downward because of the Dragon Egg being a bit of a blocker. He doesn't want to interact with that at all, funnily enough. Meanwhile, Peasant being in play here. Can remove the Angel of Mercy if we want to. I don't know what's in Jay's Resurrection Pool at this point. We have not been in-game long enough to actually note that.
Here, I can take a quick look at the history. So, let's see. Jay is blue, so that means his options are... let's see. He at least has peasants in it. Oh, man, there's a lot of peasants dead. Heaven Claw, no.
Oh, there it is!
Oh, there we go.
There's the evolution. There is the Angel of Death on the Angel of Mercy. The T-Rex with the Berserk. The 5/5 Stone Drake forcing bench to be wary of spells. That's kind of what evolution wants to do.
Yep.
Beautiful there. The Pterodactyl hitting because of the increased Berserk from T-Rex here. This is huge. I like this a lot. If I'm Jay, I like this a lot. 5 Gods removing the Angel of Death, unfortunately, but also activating the Stone Drake. Kind of removing the Pterodactyl here, yeah.
Neither of these players have a lot of cards, but Astonisher just has so much more of a board presence at this point, especially with the Stone Drake now online. Now he is going to kill the Tyrannosaur with
yep.
But oof. I
mean, Stone Drake's still pushing in here. The Triceratops still pushing in. This is a lot of damage that I don't think Bench has a clear way to deal with. I mean, if you can't deal with the Stone Drake...
Ooh, Snowy Owl. And a Vascarine.
That's game. Congratulations, Jay. Big evolution stuff, winning in a powerful fashion. Fantastic. Stream curse. But GG's, Jay looks like will advance forward in the losers bracket, going up against, I believe the this might be it here, as I need to pull up the tournaments brackets on this side again. Pardon me, as I believe it looks like, I'm not sure who has. Oh, DA has won. DA has won against Val, so Death's Advocate will now play up against Shift here in the final of the losers round 7. Meanwhile, Jay moves up, advances into the I guess kind of semis of losers. So yeah, Shift and DA, whenever you're ready, let's go ahead and announce that to them. As there we go. At this point, folks, looks like we're going to be moving into a lot of single matchups here, as the bracket kind of has us in a very linear path. Shift plays DA. The winner goes on to face Jay. That winner goes on to face Koala. And, of course, that winner goes on to face Wensber. So this is going to be a very, very linear pathway at this point whenever both players are available. I'm not sure if DA is not in the lobby currently, unfortunately.
Uh-oh.
Not that I could see, so we'll give him a minute here. We'll give him the benefit of the doubt. At least that's what it says on my end. I could be wrong, but I did not see the conclusion of Val or DA, so if anyone can inform us of that one specifically.
Val says he's having net issues, and to give him a bit.
Okay, wonderful. So we'll give him a second here. He is still intact here. Understandable. Listen, my internet has been wonky here. I think, unfortunately, stream has faced a good brunt of that as well. I'm looking pretty stable at this point, but I definitely want to give him a sec for the net issues. So once that gets going here, we'll be set to go. But overall, a beautiful event so far, albeit a little bit scuffed. I think we had a fantastic time with it so far. Fish, any favorite matchups or games that you've seen today and you want to give a highlight to, anything like that? Or
Oh boy. Let's see where to begin. There was that pretty good game. I think it was the first one that we watched Astonisher do with that black-white Screams deck. Just a beautiful example of what Screams can do and what it's capable of. Very well played. I was very happy with that, especially. A lot of big Tombstone plays from that. Most of Koala's games as well, I was quite happy with. I'm a big fan. I must admit I'm a bit biased on that because I'm a big fan of Blue-Black Tombs myself.
Mm-hmm.
But I'd say a lot of his games were very solid.
Yeah, and unfortunately there, being hit hard with the big yellow aggression kind of, I wouldn't say it was aggressive, but like that deck needs some time to get going, and at that game, Wensber did not give him any opportunity to kind of relieve himself or to really fight back. Very, very heavy with the control and the pushing of big, large units, as Big Yellow likes to do. If they're not resurrecting things, they're shoving things in your face, and unfortunately, the Tombstones were not able to handle all of that.
Yep, Big Yellow has been a very solid deck for quite a while.
Absolutely. Me, myself, I think I really did enjoy, like you said, the Blue-Black from Count Koala. I think those games were really good, really efficient. Fondly enough, I gotta say, I liked Astonisher in the losers bracket just now with the red-yellow. I'm a huge evolution sucker. I think I have been since the card was kind of put into motion here. It feels like there's so much cool stuff that you can do with evolution that really hasn't been tapped into yet, and unfortunately may not be tapped into for a bit longer because of the current card pool we have available. But man, I would love to see evolution decks do a bit more. I think they've got a lot of force behind them if people aren't paying attention. We saw there like the Dragonite turning into the Stone Drake, the T-Rex was beautiful. All of it. The Angel of Death off the Mercy, that was a really big hitter. Yeah, absolutely a fantastic one.
Yeah, if we get a with the upcoming card releases though, I wouldn't be surprised if we would get a 4 and 5 cost dragon, so we can get a path from say like Dragon Egg or one of the 2 cost drakes all the way up to Wyvern Rider.
Yeah, absolutely. I think there's a couple lines currently that are in the game that aren't the strongest, just because of that fact that like you said, their lines are cut off, and if their lines are cut off, they stop the evolution, which is really, really difficult for some of those archetypes that just barely kind of squeak out some of those corners.
Yep.
But hey, it is all good there. We'll hopefully get, like you said, some more support for that in the future. But again, really, really would love to see more of that card pool. I know some of you have seen the recent spoilers here. If you're in the Discord, that temp spoiler channel that went up yesterday dropped some previews of some new cards. We saw a couple of cool things like dig for treasure in there. We saw the Savage Warlord in there, the Salvation. Some of these cards, of course, were kind of already leaked a bit because of the Battle Pass flaws at the beginning of launch, but still fantastic to be seeing some of these new cards potentially get thrown into the mix here come December, which is only what, 6 days away, less than a week.
Yep.
So beautiful stuff there. DA looks like he has returned to us, so whenever he's kind of situated and ready, he is good to go against Shift here. But we'll give him a second here as to kind of readjust and settle in. So, but yeah, once that gets going here, we'll continue our tournament coverage as we have a clean line to figure out a winner for this tournament. As we see now, let's go ahead and jump into it. The blue-white, the Ragnar Beast, have returned against green-red from Shift here. Now, we haven't seen green-red at all, I think, since we've broadcast. I know, I think it's been appearing in some games, but we haven't actually seen it in our broadcast. So, Fish, talk to me about what you want to see here out of the green-red.
Green-red is probably one of my personal favorite color combos. When I first got into this game, the first deck I actually started out with was an artillery and magic list, running a lot of fire type stuff.
Really?
Yeah, I just really like the idea of artillery, and I ended up, some of the first cards I pulled was two Dragon's Fires, as well as a Rakanoth and a pair of Cannoneers. So I just ended up throwing that kind of deck together. The other deck I could imagine that might come out of this is Discard, a deck I personally very much enjoy as well, but one that you don't see a lot.
No, yeah, Discard feels a little, I wouldn't say incomplete, but it is certainly, you gotta have some of the right tools for that. You know, the Grendel, the Library, the Sea Witch, Sea Hag combo, kind of to try and, you know, make sure you don't deck yourself out and kill yourself out of the fatigue.
Yeah, it's certainly a tough deck to play, but let's see. The Merchant State doesn't really tell us much right now.
Kind of. I mean, there is contraband involved in that.
That is true. That is true. Ooh, War Party coming down.
Okay, a bit of a funky play there. The War Party, of course, your units can hit each other. The Hag survives. The Salahar Specialist does not. Pterodactyl nicely hitting the castle here, avoiding all sense of interaction there, it looks like. So now we can worry about maybe going back and dealing with that if we have to. But still Shift's turn here. Mugging dealing with one of those peasants. Beautiful work. So this is contraband, it feels like, the more we're looking at it.
Yep. Battle Square coming down. Must have gotten off that off contraband. And
it's good that we can play that contraband now, considering that Privateer might be a card in Shift's hand. Privateer, while a very powerful contraband card, a bit of a tricky one to use. Not liking any treasure or contraband in hand before playing him. Meaning that you can't, you know, use mugging or estate to get contraband unless you plan on playing them before the Privateer. Rammer's coming out now, dealing with the Pterodactyl here in combination with the Wolf here. DA's Beast doing a good job at a bit of early cleanup.
Thorndrake coming down as well. And Wolf hitting into the Sea Hag.
Absolutely, doing a good job at removing the enemy presence there. The Wolves are weaker, so why not use them if they can get any sort of clean, solid trades here. As Thorndrake moving to intercept the Battle Squirrel. I assume the Squirrel might, though, have a bit of a different plan here. I see a line that Squirrel can take, at the very least. A Shift here debating on what to play in his contraband. Now this actually, we were talking about this in the last tournament here, Fish, but this becomes a bit of a harder game for us to commentate over, considering the fact that you know, we don't know the contraband that we could be seeing at a Shift here. It makes it very hard to predict or call out some potential plays that we might see here, because what you can't possibly predict what's in his hand at this point, right?
Yeah, nah.
It becomes a lot harder to debate on what we could see. Like we saw the war party, we saw the battle squirrel. You know, we just have no idea what we could see. Pack hunting at a DA here as the beasts in his hand grow. I don't know if that's going to. I think hopefully that got all three. Yeah, okay, it did get all three. Sunflower engaging with the squirrel, cockatrice popping that battle squirrel for the remainder HP. And also to block off the Magmasaur. Magic coming in here. Now, I mean, Fish, what are you looking for here that either of these players kind of tries to set up here as we're moving into a bit of the late game portion?
All right. Well, there comes the what is it? Resourceful privateer. Drawing him 3 more cards, and there's Yarhim Lightning. Right now, I imagine that. It's still a bit too early to. Obviously Shift is running some sort of contraband build, but there's a couple of different variations or paths that he could take with that. We already know what Death Advocate is running, and it's a very solid deck. But right now, he does have a bit of a. He's actually been hit pretty hard by Shift.
Yeah, he's on a bit of a back foot here, I will admit. I think his pack hunting still did a great work at reinforcing that hand size, but he hasn't really been able to kind of build up a solid board presence as of now. They're all kind of being taken away here very efficiently, very effectively by Shift's combination of contraband as well as the control tools in these two faction colors.
And then the walls coming down off of contraband.
Yep, work there.
One possibility that I was thinking is Shift might be running dinosaurs. I know that green-red is usually the second most popular colors for dinosaurs after red-blue. And we have seen one dinosaur already. Now, then again, Magmasaur is a good all-rounder card as well, so it doesn't guarantee that we're going to see that this is a dinosaur deck, but the possibility is still there.
Absolutely. And as we kind of go for that call, Adaptive Armor being played on the School of Magic, bringing it back up to its full HP. Funnily enough, not healing the castle, valuing that discount more than his HP on his own face here. Very telling that maybe Shift has some more spell shenanigans in store for DA to worry about. Peasant goes ahead and falls back, kills off one of those rats here. The Fairy Queen making her presence known as we move back to Shift's side. Fairy Queen's a card we've seen of a lot today, as she's made it, I think, an appearance in nearly every Druid deck we've seen.
Yep, Strange Magician coming down to block her off, as well as drawing 2 spells. This does kind of indicate that the Shift is running a more spell-focused type build.
Absolutely there. The spells along with some of the control tools. Magmasaur, always kind of hard to say if that Magmasaur is like directly responsible for in Dino builds, because he is also just a solid 5/3 body, dealing 3 damage to a unit, kind of acting as a pseudo burn removal tool type deal. So hard to say if there's dinosaurs directly involved in this. We know Magmasaur is here, but we know, are there more is the question.
Dwarven Greed to get a bit more money or treasure, and let's see. Don't know what Shift could do here. Deal with this right now.
Not sure. I think the Strange Magician does handle it quite well, though. He might just be throwing out some extra sauce on the board. The Thief there is certainly some extra bits there for him to work on. Also, perhaps getting his board ready to face the incoming inevitable Fairy Swarm. Whoa!
Yep. Ooh. Big draws off of that.
Smuggling Ring from DA side of things. That's going to be a bit interesting. That bad boy can get him quite a few other options.
Big Yarhim hit, though.
Absolutely. Big Yarm hit clears the board here. Fairy Queen uncontested. So that's 4 into face. Throws it back to Shift without probably throwing a pet. Well, see if there's a peasant first. That's got to be the more important thing.
Looks like he's contemplating on playing something down as well. Yep, Killer Rabbit right there.
Killer Rabbit going to do a great job at controlling the board.
Cleaning up the 1 health School of Magic from that Yarham.
Yep. Also being able to probably clear off anything else that comes forward. Seeing as how Shift has no units on board here, whatever he throws out might be the sole target of the Killer Rabbit in the turn switch.
Ooh, Burning Sun. Giving 2 Suit Fairies and a Angry Fairy as well.
That Berserk going to be again in play here in the turn switch with the Killer Rabbit. Oh, Lightning, a good card here, but unfortunately those Suit Fairies take the brunt of it. Their armor protecting them from being killed off completely. Not the best fairy pulls there for Shift side, but it does also have a rabbit. And they're going to do some good work here cleaning up the board as well. Killing off one of the 2 fairies here. The question is, do we see the other one go down? Nope, Cockatrice cleaning it up off the board. And now, Fish, both these players are down so much here. Who do you think is going to be walking away with this more? I think, maybe after that heal, I think maybe DA has a better shot at this.
I was going to say that maybe Shift could pull off a bit of burn to try and just knock him down enough. But after that, certainly a lot harder. Plus the fact that most of Green's burn is focused at units rather than castle means it's certainly a lot harder.
This board does fall very easily to man the cannons, though. You did point that out.
Yeah, man the cannons is. I would argue it's probably I would argue it's probably the best AoE currently in the game. You might want to argue what is it, Corpse Explosion or maybe Yarhim in certain cases, but like I would say all in all, cannons is probably the most solid.
I think there's some debate there between the Blaze Cannons and Yarm Lightning for sure here, but another huge card out of DA here, the Privateer. Getting even more Contraband thanks to the fact that, DA's deck does not naturally run Contraband or hasn't had the treasure pulls lately. Very effective stuff here, as now the Fire Drake being spawned here. Maybe debating on using a Fire Spell. I would love to see a Fire Spell at the very least here before we interact with the board. We can maybe get this Fire Drake to trade a little bit better than just the Cockatrice.
Strange Magician.
Yeah, Strange Magician, of course, coming in here, getting 2 more cards here. Dwarven Greed, discarding for more treasure.
Oh, there's the flyer. So that's your fire spell that you wish for.
Absolutely, getting able to take out, or not take out, but severely weaken that top fairy there. Skeletal Squire for some draw. Again, gotta be a Contraband target at that point here. Curious we didn't remove the Cockatrice with the Flare, but I guess we want things to make better trades with this next turn. So Fairy takes the brunt of the Flare now, and actually, yeah, we see here, Fairy gonna go ahead and pop back in. Cockatrice into the Dragon Knight. Uh-oh.
But Burning Sun coming down.
Burning Sun from DA. And folks, it is getting harder to call DA's hand moves here because he has had not 1 but 2 Contraband cards played on his side. He's had a Smuggling Ring and a Privateer. So his hand's definitely a little bit jumbled as well. His Squire left on as the only card on board. DA sitting with 9 gold. Still a hefty amount of resources to use.
Yep. Shoot. The Subterfuge coming down.
Absolutely. This is going to, of course, bring in a new card here. Cannoneer as well. Nice discount from some spell kills. Torrigan with a nearly full hand. Don't know if that was the right call.
And then a Mooncaster.
Alright, I understand the Mooncaster play here. This is going to try and... Hey.
Oh, trying to burn down with Cockatrice. Never mind.
No, we don't have We don't have 9 Cockatrices, unfortunately. That would be a bit too much. But I think we did hold some in reserve here for Torrigan. really, really odd that we ended up pulling Mooncaster in the contraband pool here to go so well with this Torgan, bouncing the Torgan back, most likely copying some more.
Ooh, Dragonfire.
Taking out the
Cannoneer back there.
Yeah, Cannoneer almost dead off of that, not entirely though. Him coming out to generate some more spells for shift. Try and find any way. Exposed weakness, there we go. Cannoneer is removed off the board here, and a Cannoneer of his own gets thrown on the back here. Very dangerous spot for DA to be in. Now, if you're DA side, Fish, what do you want in your hand right now to deal with the Cannoneer? What do you think is your best or safest option?
Right now, to deal with Cannoneer, well, frankly, because Cannoneer can't be buffed at the moment, I would just try and focus on either, frankly, just completely ignoring the Cannoneer. At this point, DA's, we know he's running Ragnar beasts, so at this point, I would just try and hope on either getting out a ton of cockatrice, a couple more killer rabbits, or Ragnar himself, and then just, you know, dumping, see, like this, just dumping down enough cards at hand to burn down the castle. As we can see here, he's trying to use these killer rabbits to knock down the castle, and it's going to hit it down to 3.
Yeah, absolutely. Here we see 2 rabbits played up at the top there to hopefully avoid the Cannoneer with their elusive movements. Still has 2 gold in hand as well. Could play a peasant if he wants to, or maybe has more of those cockatrices saved up at 0 gold for some more damage pings, but maybe saving that for Ragnar, maybe? Hard to say.
There's another killer rabbit, and there's a cockatrice for the game.
Yeah, Shift's going to go ahead and toss the surrender there. DA getting the W in this latest matchup here and advancing to, I believe, face in a rematch with Jay here as we move in for our kind of semi of losers. I would say we have 2 more matches in losers here. That, of course, being Jay versus DA. The winner of that going on to face Count Koala as the grand winner of our losers bracket. The winner of that facing our winner's champion, Wensber, to crown an ultimate champion here. So, will these players take both of a reprieve here? We don't want to throw them directly into a matchup here. But whenever they're ready, they'll, of course, go ahead and get the next play, the next game going. But in the moment here, we've got quite the fun event. Hopefully everyone here today has had fun, whether you've been playing, watching on the sidelines, regardless of how you've been enjoying today. We hope that you've been having a great time. This is by far, I think, one of the biggest turnouts we've had for a CNC2 tournament. And of course, that might be, or more so, thanks to our recent release over on mobile, where there's a lot more players and a lot more eyes experiencing the product and having fun. And it goes a long way in this. So many thanks to the folks over at Red Team for pushing out mobile to the wider public and having a great game for us to enjoy. In the meantime here, whenever DA is ready, DA went back into the deck builder, as you can see real quick, so maybe going ahead, making some adjustments, making some edits. Those are legal here in this tournament here. If folks haven't already picked up on that detail, you are able to, of course, in our events, do a bit of a switch, doing a bit of a deck building thing, if you so desire. Those are legal in our events here. We haven't really made them illegal yet. Haven't had a need to, but who knows? Who knows how things change? How these tournaments will evolve and adapt. As overall, today's has been like I said, fantastic event. Torgan fair and balanced. Torgan's a bit of a funny guy, isn't he, Fish?
Torgan is quite good. Ooh.
Torgan's been good for, it feels like, the last, few months at this point?
Yep. Fits into a lot of decks as well. I remember back when, green-white Contra was the big thing. People would even run him in that to just, copy down a ton of 7-8 owlbears.
Oh yeah, the owlbear spam was a very popular choice to take it. And so, what do we evolve to most naturally? The killer rabbits. Torgan made me sad until I crafted him, and now he's now he's fair and balanced. All right. Well, it looks like DA is out of the deck builder here, so these two are, of course, looks like they're set to face off in. Oh, never mind. Back to the deck builder he goes. I'll give DA until 8:10. But I think he's ready now, so I don't know if I even have to type it out to him. Yeah, whenever you're ready, Jay or DA, send the match over. The other one will probably most likely accept. I think you guys are both ready to go. Oh, as Jay went back to the deck builder. All right. I'll let Jay know that there's a 2 minute. Okay, doesn't matter. As soon as I type it, these two are gonna go at it. So let's go ahead and jump in. DA taking on Jay in our semi-losers matchup here. The Ragnar Beast spam from DA. We know this deck. We've seen it from DA all day, going up against the white and black combo, the Screams deck that Jay has run so far to a lot of success here in this event. And now, of course, Fish going into this matchup here. I think I personally favor the Ragnar spam a bit more than the Screams. I think Screams might fall a little behind. I don't know if you felt a similar way about that.
Yeah. Let's see. I mean, the deck's not weak by any standard, but it's just that Ragnar is, even without the Ragnar, as we've seen. I don't think we've seen Ragnar even played yet, right?
We have not. Well, we saw Ragnar once. We saw Ragnar once, and the Berserk was used, but I don't think that was in a DA match.
Oh, yeah, you're right. We've been shown by his past games that even without the Ragnar, this deck is very solid.
Absolutely.
So we have a War Cow coming out. Not a card that we've seen yet from DA's deck. He might have just added that in. I wouldn't be surprised, but.
Yeah, the War Cow inclusion here most likely to counteract the Screams play, buffing up the castle a bit more to withstand those individual Scream pings.
Yep.
But still a bit of an awkward situation here as the War Cow, you don't want to give it directly into the Thorns Ring without at least maybe providing something else to get the buff. I mean, the Peasant is good-ish. Not really, who am I joking? Peasant not really good enough to get the +1 health buff here, but Pack Hunting, the card instead to be played out of DA's side. Very curious on its inclusion very early on.
He does hit into the Thorndrake and moves the Peasant up, hitting the Tombstone there to clear that out and leaving it there. This will require a hit from both the Sunflower as well as the Wolf, so he cannot get either of them on face just yet.
No, not yet. But hey, he still can move in, and Peasant being set up as well in the 2. Nothing else for Jay, though, which is kind of interesting. I think there might be more on turn 4, but this is fine. DA doing the right thing, though, controlling the Tombstones. We know by Jay's appearances with this deck that really the only thing I think that Tombstones utilize here are the Corpse Explosions, right?
Yep.
So neutralizing the tombs now, controlling the ability to use the Corpse Explosion here might do DA a lot of good if he can afford that.
Mm-hmm.
He's in a bit of a race though against time as the Screams deck is inevitable. The Screams once that hits the board here, I think DA's gonna have a really hard time without the Mauldron to deal with it.
You're him hitting the board, clearing it off, then Ramorous coming in to take out that one Tombstone, as well as apply pressure. Let's see what Astonisher has to come up with. Ooh, Owlbear coming out real early. Let's see. People tend to try and wait for, people tend to try and wait for copies to any kind of copy ability before getting these guys out, but he's just going straight in. I don't think this is a card that we've seen from him yet, right?
The Call of the Wild, we haven't seen it yet from DA, but this could be a card that he threw in. It could be a card that has been around, just not pulled. But Call of the Wild here makes all these beasts stronger, makes the rabbits better, the cockatrices better. It's not a card to scoff at for these beast decks.
Yeah, let's see. I was honestly, I was more so referring to the what is it, the Owlbear from Astonisher, but that too is a very solid card.
Now, of course, here, Forest Revolt cleaning up, allowing the Owlbear to hit 7 into face here. Yarm Lightning, the card to play now in response at the 4 gold here, leaving the 7/4 on board. Giving Jay the Hovel as well. That Lightning did end up finishing DA's own supply depot. So now a new card is in Jay's possession here. And meanwhile, the Owlbear is still on board, still a threat here. Ramrus at 3/2 now. Do we have a second in hand? No, Cockatrice. Beautiful.
Oof.
Listen, that's still a good card, though, you know, to remove the Owlbear threat. Also works to get a 2/2 body up and threatening a little bit here. Trying to regain back the tempo on DA side.
Yep. I've noticed that Astonisher also seems to be playing quite a bit more aggressively as well. I think he's come to realize that DA's deck is, tends to tends to also kind of focus a bit more on the late game than him, but on top of that, it beats his out a bit faster. So what I think he's trying to do here is I think he's trying to close out the game a bit faster, or at least knock the tower, DA's castle down a bit before he screams. So, you know, he just has an easier time burning it down if he plays it. If he plays.
Yeah, the less pings on that or the less pings needed on the castle, the better. It doesn't, you know, hopefully give him the chance to proc, say, multiple issues of Maldoran. I know DA, and I know he's concerned about Screams, so there's no way that he's not running Maldoran in this build against a, you know, Screams deck specifically. We'll have to see, though, if either of those two cards appear. Meanwhile, the Scoutbird as well as the Snowy Owl coming out here on DA side of the board.
Search of Life going down in Astonisher's castle, and a Drain Life on the Cockatrice.
Absolutely.
Coming.
Of course, Living Vine still has its last will ready and prepped to go, so even if the Snowy Owl decides to loop back and kill the Vine, that Vine is going to reset at its healthy 5/5 stat line. You can also trade with the Reaper here, but that would be a clean trade on DA side here. I don't think he wants to give him the Owl very voluntarily like this.
Mm-hmm. Torgan coming down.
Yeah, Torgan is absolutely brutal here. Torgan, of course, is going to go ahead and duplicate a lot of those extra beasts in hand. I think DA's hand has actually, at this point, reached a full capacity, so it might not have even gotten all of his beasts yet.
Oof.
But hey, this is still, like I said, very good position to be in here. You could push the Owl to remove at least the last will off of the Living Vines, but... I'm not sure. And there it is. Vine's going to go ahead and pop into the Snowy Owl there. That full 5/5 stat line is back.
Owlbear coming down.
Oh. I don't think we saw Owlbear at a DA, have we?
Nope. Let's see. Very solid here. I wonder what he's probably either has Living Vines in hand or what is it? Fairy Queen. We know that he has Fairy Queen in his deck, but I wouldn't be surprised if he is running Living Vines now as well to get a bit more consistent procs off of Owlbear.
Yeah. when you play Owlbear, you gotta have a very healthy pool of Last Will units. Vines, Thorndrake, Fairy Queen, all valid targets to include in your deck. There is more too that I'm most likely forgetting, but Knight of Flowers hitting the board.
Ooh, Genesis, Genesis.
Jay, I know you're a bit of a funny man. You can do me this one favor. Do us all this one favor. Hook us up with the Knight Genesis. I think it'd be really cool. It'd be really, really awesome of you to do that. But in the meantime here, DA looking to take advantage of the situation. The 8-8 Owlbear is still fresh, still able to do a lot of things. Where do we even hit, though? I mean, that's the big question here. I mean, a Yarn Lightning does... Whoa! Oh!
Ragnar's coming down and putting him right in the center as well.
No fear, no remorse. I think we would have a couple of cards to play with this.
Oh boy. First cock just coming down.
Eliminating the living vines very cleanly off the board there.
Second cockatrice.
Popping into the Reaper. Again, very nice in combination with the Ragnar there. Two threats very easily removed. Ramrus. 2-1 face. Not exactly the target we wanted to hit, but sure. Gonna be a bit of an issue as that Ramrus right now cannot really kill off the Sunflower. Uh-oh.
Oh boy.
There are some plays. Knight of Flowers removed from the board here. These Sunflowers become a 1-1 or 1-2. They become really weak.
Another Ramrus. Boy.
More Ramrus, more firepower. I think he wanted to take out that bottom one, though. That bottom one a bit of an issue for his Owlbear to advance. Ramrus moving back, clearing the Tombstone out.
Reaper coming down.
Oh, Reaper hitting the wrong lightning off that Ragnar.
But now Ragnar has a clear path to the tower.
Absolutely. Not only that, but a clear board in front of him as well. The Beast Army has arrived to this field. The first time we've seen a successful combo of Ragnar plus spamming small creatures.
Oh boy.
And now, have you run into this list, or at least variations of these lists, Fish, as you've played, as you've kind of went along here since mobile launch?
Only once or twice. In particular, I have played this list a bit myself. It's all in all pretty solid. It can be a bit hard to pull off at times. It requires a bit of skill while piloting, but it is, as you can see here, a very strong list. It's been able to contend with both Rush as well as Big Yellow, which are, I would argue, two of the other kind of top tier decks at the moment.
Yeah, absolutely.
And as we can see here, there's a Maldron. Even something as big as Screams, or as strong as Screams, is having quite a bit of difficulty facing off against this deck.
But here's the interesting part. We don't have those squirrels engaging in Berserk yet. Ragnar's still alive on a full board.
Mm-hmm.
DA, though, only rocking a total of about 4 cards in hand. Needs some way to kind of produce units here. Wolf, not a bad card to do that. Draws out a beast. Ramrus into the Maldron here, creating a bit more targets for us to deal with.
Owlbear coming down, killing off the Maldron, and generating 3 more squirrels.
Absolutely. Now these squirrels, of course, going to go ahead and take some damage here as we see the cockatrices advancing, clearing them up with ease. Owlbear, big shot in the face for 8.
Jeez. Astonisher's going to feel a hard time coming back from this.
Absolutely. There are more cards we can play on DA side. I know he's got the peasant spawn left. Yep, there's a wolf. Can still spawn his peasant there. Beautiful. There you go. Zapping another squirrel away with ease. This looks like a mighty army that Jay can no longer defend. The Maldron is out of rotation at this point.
Yep. Oof.
It's alright, the Ragnar is removed thanks to the interaction with the squirrels here, so no longer can DA do more lightning damage, but I think at this point it might be too late.
Yeah. Ooh. Beast mode coming down on one of the two owlbears, and the other one getting hit by a curse. Torgon the Wild coming down for Astonisher, and that... I don't know if this completely cleans up, but it stalls at least for a bit.
It does. The Bear Hog hitting into the Torgon, destroying itself here. Owlbear and the Wolf go ahead and make a trade here. Right now, it seems like we are 2 away from lethal on DA side. The Wolf not getting a clear shot. If DA's got a Lightning Bolt or something like that to maybe deal the remaining damage, finishes the 5 guys, he does not. Torgon removed here. The Wolf sticks around. We still have a turn left in this game, it looks like.
Mm-hmm.
Nope, never mind.
It might. I don't know. I can't remember. Does Killer Rabbit prioritize tombstones? Oh, never mind. There we go. I was gonna ask if Killer Rabbit prioritizes tombstones, but even if it did, that's game.
Yep, there it is here. The Thorn Drake removing the tombstone to, I guess, get any sort of data to Killer Rabbit. It was a hard play to call, but that means DA is our winner. Very good. Congratulations, DA. Another game with the Ragnar spam victorious. And as DA moves into our losers finals, he will face Count Koala.
Hey guys, you know I do this sometimes. Before we resume the matches, I put some key codes in here for a card pack and a little message at the end. I'm not going to say it out loud. Hope you're enjoying the tournament.
Best. Who do you think might sneak out with it? What are your thoughts?
Ooh, well, right now I would say all these players have shown themselves to be very good. But if I'd bet on anyone right now, I'd probably go with DA. His deck that he's shown has been very solid, and I know he's a long-time player, and I don't... he's... Honestly, his deck's just so strong. Now, this isn't to say that anyone else is weak by any means, but it's going to definitely be a tough challenge for everyone, I would say.
It's okay. DA created the urban legend myth for himself, so that is very understandable about DA's strength and prowess as a player. But yeah, I mean, I think for me, it might be the same. I want to actually give Koala another shot here. I think he might have the ability to go through. And I'm not saying that because, you know, I want to keep the broadcast interesting. I genuinely do think that Koala has a good thing cooking with the Tombstones. I think the matchup he had against Wensber was not exactly the best showing he could have had in his scenario. He was a lot of cards being held, a lot of plays kind of not really being fulfilled. So I think given another shot here, which he might have, there might be a different outcome. So I'm curious on if that's going to be the case. But we do have one matchup before that point, and that is this match here, DA versus Koala.
Mm-hmm.
So just under about 2 minutes left, and there we go. Players have engaged in combat. We'll jump right in here. Same decks in both these players here at this point. DA on the blue-white, Koala on the black-blue. Let's see what happens here as both players set to face off here. Mulligans are a bit happening right now, so we're not seeing a whole lot of action. That is okay. You know, mulligans are important, just as they are, just as, you know, the gameplay is important. Here we go. Reaper now in play for Koala. Both players are set to match up here. Let's get it going. As DA with the turn 1 pass from Koala. Do we see a coin play any sort of way here? Cockatrice.
Just pinging Supply Depot early, probably setting up for Yarhim.
I would have to agree with that.
From Count Koala to block that off. Snowy Owl to get value off the Cockatrice. Guerrilla Fighter coming down. I'm wondering if either of these two changed up their decks anyway. Prepare to fight the other. I assume so, considering we've seen that DA is willing to do that, and I wouldn't put it past Count Koala either. Both of them are pretty skilled players.
Absolutely. The ability to adapt, I think, goes a long way in, you know, separating yourself from a good player into a great player. And, you know, we saw DA did that quite a few times. Not sure if Koala did that maybe during the matchup here, as Koala wasn't actually in the game. You could actually do a bit of deck building without anyone maybe seeing that. But regardless here, we see the Frost Drake fall here. The Owl going to go ahead and get killed off by the Guerrilla Fighter, maintaining the guardianship over both buildings, which is really nice there. Doesn't really defend you against the Yarm Lightning, because the Yarm Lightning is a wider targeting spell. It doesn't require, you know, you to have a certain target to play it. But Reaper will come out here and be a bit of an issue here. 4 damage this early on, threatening both Hovel and the castle. Now, of course, there's the Wolf here. So Wolf going to go ahead, draw a Beast, maybe a bit of an earlier one, maybe a second Wolf to help block off. No, Ramrus.
Ramrus cleanly taking out the, what is it, the Reaper.
Yep.
Good value as well, and that only leaves Count Koala with the Guerrilla Fighter right now, which I doubt he wants. Yeah, I doubt he wants to trade into the Wolf. So he comes out with the Angel of Death yet again.
Beautiful use of the Angel of Death there again. We love having this this Angel rock the battlefield here. But yeah, DA a bit of trouble, you know, not as cleanly able to control the board last time as Wensber was. And now we, of course, see the Tombstone's not really a priority now. Angel of Death, I think, has demanded the attention. And yeah, DA kind of really pausing here, because this is a card that has not been favorable to DA whatsoever, I think, the Angel of Death.
Yep.
Wolf now engaging with the Angel. Wolf falling in, being taken over. Yarm Lightning. Sacrificing the Wolf to deal the bit of ping needed to actually clear out the Angel. Smart.
Mm-hmm.
Smart plays here, and of course leaving the Wolf only at 1 HP to be used, so... And yes, for those before I forget, this matchup is not a best of 3. This is only a single best of 1. Our grand finals will be a best of 3 series, so whoever wins against each other will go on to face Wensber in the best of 3 grand finals. Of course, the Lich gonna go ahead intercept here. Frost Lich coming out as well here. Nice bit of you know, frost defense from Koala, but already kind of running low on cards, Fish.
Yeah.
Now, of course, DA not really sure what to do. He also has to be wary of Koala's interactions with the Tombstones here. These Tombstones, very prevalent for Koala's side. We've seen that on multiple occasions.
Yeah.
Explosion, Norabon, Raised Dead. I don't know. Does he run Army?
No, I do not believe so. We've seen Army quite a bit. There's Corpse Explosion. But not from the Count yet.
No, the Count's Corpse Explosion ripped out of his own deck from the depot there, turned against him.
Snowy Owl coming down to get value off the Cockatrice, as well as a Peasant And another Frost Lich. All the wild here.
Yeah, Call the Wild gonna go ahead and boost up the remainder of DA's beasts, which, I mean, Koala's already had a hard time dealing with. I don't think it's gonna do him any favors if they're boosted even further.
Yeah. Nadhavil. I don't know how to pronounce that. Let's see. Nadhavil Scoutbird. There we go. Nadhavil. I think.
You could also just call it the Scout Bird. I don't think anyone would blame you for that one. Meanwhile, here it looks like Owl Lich advancing forward. Koala with the cemetery setup as well. All right.
Raised Dead coming out.
Nice little use of the Raised Dead here, popping the Scout Bird before it gets anywhere. Maintaining a zombie as well. Squire for draw. Very nice use of the Raised Dead in all capacities there. Brilliant turn from Koala.
Yarham Lightning coming down to clean off that board.
Absolutely brutal stuff there. Of course, we know Koala could use these tombstones here, but will DA let him keep said tombstones? Touch of Life healing up the castle here, going Wolf as the final play for some more beast stuff.
Looks like he's gonna allow these tombstones to stick around for the time being.
Could be a downfall here. Could see a Norabon come out from count. We're not sure. As DA left with no gold in hand, might have to pass it back, but also loves to scout that next turn. Throwing back onto the Koala side here. Went for a card immediately. War Cow, the card to play. Not any sort of tombstone manipulation, unfortunately, but instead a lot of additional units. Peasant, War Cow, Penguin, all being set up here.
We know that Vaskerheim here is nothing to scoff at with all the freeze that he's running.
Oh, we've seen this grow. We've seen the little penguin grow to massive sizes at this event at one point, for those who missed it. A big Frost Whirl caused to gain at least 21 attack points. Really, really strong OTK tool at that. Looks like, though, unfortunately, that penguin might have some hard time getting to the castle here as the Northwood Bear intercepts with the Guardian on castle. Killer Rabbit as well, looking like he's most likely going to engage with the said penguin below and take it out of the equation. And of course, this just leaves the cow and the peasant to interact here, and I feel like we might lose the peasant thanks to the wolf here.
Yep, there goes that peasant. And turn passes, and there goes the penguin.
Yep, beautiful placement on the rabbit there, back in the corner so it doesn't move anywhere else thanks to that random berserk motions.
4 tombstones left over, though.
That's a lot. That's a lot of damage that could be done.
Ooh, Frost Whirl coming out.
Frost Whirl, meaning the wolf can be more easily eliminated here. The bear also frozen. Not having to remove the wolf, though. Given the fact that cow was bigger in that moment, we could have removed it, but I guess count sees a play that we don't yet. As we throw back to DA here, the question really on this mind is, can we find Ragnar at any point in the game? I think our hand is really well suited enough to facilitate a Ragnar play at some point here. But the question is, do we have that lurking somewhere to actually use? It's a question, you know, it's a hard call. It's a hard call.
I imagine he'll probably try and clean off some of these tombstones as well as get rid of the cow and a couple of other units before electing to Ragnar just yet. As we can see, he's pulling out the pack hunting, so he's probably going to try and build up his hand a bit more as well before actually moving on to trying to finish off this game.
Yep. Those, of course, pack hunting, giving him 3 additional beasts here. We're not sure what it is. Ramrus clearing off the cow very effectively here, gaining that life point does count. Still left with 5 tombstones, though. These tombstones can be quite problematic. We haven't reached this is our tombstone limit also, so to speak, so we don't have any risk of losing a tombstone at this moment.
Mm-hmm.
As DA kind of questioning, I saw him flick over to the castle momentarily there. Could be debating on just a peasant pass type of deal. Or maybe debating on playing more beasts, something like, oh no, opts to not throw his peasant out completely.
Corpse explosion coming down.
That is a hefty corpse explosion too, cleaning up the bear, the ramrus, the wolf, everything. Falling very easily to the massive corpse explosion value.
There comes the owlbear.
That's an 8/8 lad ready for combat here. Question is, do we have a second one maybe duplicated in the hand? I wouldn't be surprised if we take an owlbear turn here. Just set up 2 big 8/8 units and force Koala to set up some kind of defense.
We do know that Koala is running Curse of the Moon here, so DA might be a bit hesitant on throwing down the second one yet.
That is true. Another one way in the back there to avoid, like you said, that that Curse of the Moon madness shenanigan.
Frostwhirl coming down as well, just to try and stun and slow those 2 down.
So it'll work fairly well here as both big bears frozen in place.
Ooh, Fairy Queen. And a Thorndrake.
I guess without the owlbears in hand, the last units can be more freely played here. So we're seeing that, like you said, Thorndrake and Fairy Queen all hit the board. But this is getting a bit of a, a bit tricky to deal with when it comes to count side of things here, Fish. There feels like, I feel like Koala can't really keep up with the beef that DA's thrown out.
Yeah.
Of course, back to DA here. Full resources, full hand. Pretty much has his foot on the gas. Units are frozen, so can't exactly get a whole lot of things moving in motion right now, but that's okay. We're gonna go ahead here. Oh, I see a card flickering. Peasant up the block. Wait, whose page are we taking out of? I thought you were mentioning before, someone taking DA taking a page out of someone's book here, and I'm like, did I hear that right? Or
I don't believe I said that.
Are you telling me I'm hearing things in my time of hour, Fish? Huh?
Maybe, man. Maybe, I don't know.
Thorndrake, of course, being traded in with the peasant here. Gorilla Fighter popping the Fairy Queen, looks like. Frozen Fairy, as well as 2 Cleave Fairies hitting the board for another Frost Swirl. Snowy Owl coming in as well. Army of the Dead being popped by a Tombstone, or Tombstone popping in our Tombstone being popped. More cards. Oh, and here I think here comes the Killer Rabbit trains now as these bad boys are gonna come out 3/4s thanks to the boost from the Call of Wild. It's been about 3 Frost Swirls for those keeping track at home. We've had a couple of Frost Liches in this game, so those could have easily popped in some Frost Swirls into Koala's hand.
Oof. At this point, Koala, has he run? Have we seen him play any Yarhim so far? Any Yar? Oop, there we go.
Well, there's the second corpse explosion. That is a full board clear. Holy.
Oh. Oof. See if DA can bounce back from this. It's a number of cards in his hand, though. I would find it.
Oh no!
And there's the Ramrus.
That might be it, depending on how much value he has in that hand. I mean, Ramrus clears the Penguin. The only target left is Castle.
There's the other Ramrus.
Surprised we took that risk instead of hitting the Penguin first.
Yep.
CDA debating on what to do with the Ramruses here as think he should realize. Yeah, okay, there we go. Trading there into the Penguin. Ramrus can also hit into the Tombstone. Beautiful work there, limiting the Tombstone potential. Peasant hitting the Ragnar and leaving that at face.
Looks like he's trying to just clean up right now. Trying to close out this game as fast as possible. He didn't play down. He only had 2 Ramruses in hand, and they were at full cost as well. And with the Peasant, it kind of tells me that he's just trying to, you know, close this out quickly.
Yeah, I would have to agree here. The both Ramruses. I don't think we've seen a Torgon out of DA so far, have we?
He only has 5 cards remaining in the deck, so it's probably stuck at the bottom right now.
Yep.
The question, though, if Count can come up with any kind of... there we go. There's a Frost Drake. Both going into the Ragnar.
Yep.
And then a Raised Dead. That should clean up all this except for the Peasant. And we know that Koala is running... I can't remember if he's the one running Mordanoth or someone else from earlier.
No, he has Mordanoth.
We know he has both Mordanoth as well as Screams. Unless he got that Screams.
No, that's over. That is a Freya on the War Cow and Ramrus.
Oh boy.
That is a GG. War Cow hitting in, Ramrus hitting in. That is a game over. DA advances against Koala.
Very good game.
Very nicely played here on both sides. Unfortunately, Koala not able to secure a grand final spot, but I will give him props. Has run very, very well with something that hasn't been seemingly a Screams deck or a big yellow deck. So gotta hand off some props to that. Well, I feel like there's a lot of people who probably can say the same thing, but we haven't seen the games. But with that being said, folks, DA now advances to take on Wensber in our grand final. Now, before we begin, I want to remind folks this is our grand final, meaning a best of 3 will be hitting the board here. So even if DA wins one or Wensber wins this next matchup here, we'll only go until the best of 3. It'll only count for 1. There are more matches to play after that. That makes sense. Oy vey. Sometimes my tongue can be twisted. As well as that, if DA happens to win in this next best of 3, Wensber still has the winner's life still, kind of air quoting. So if DA beats Wensber twice, we move into a second best of 3, where both players have no remaining lives, and the grand winner will be chosen or selected after those games. So... yeah, exactly what Wensber is saying right here. The post on Discord says the winner starts as a +1. So, they don't go into the matchup with a game win per se, but they get a extra life which they use to proceed to the rest of the tournament. So if they lose this first best of 3, they'll go on to do another best of 3, if that makes sense. Yeah. So with that, whenever both players are ready, we'll give I think I've wasted about a minute or so explaining that. So I'll give the players until the next 4 minutes here. So I'll just state we'll state 4 minutes until grand finals here. Okay, there we go. So now we will just have to sit back, hold on for a second, and wait till these guys are ready here. As Wensber hanging out, DA back to the deck builder. This is no surprise from us, right, Fish?
Yeah.
We've seen DA go to that deck building pool quite a lot of times here in these last few games to build himself the right strategy, build himself the right set of cards here, which is, I think, which is ideal. It's kind of what you got to do, right?
Yep.
Oh. And if I could for a moment, if there's anyone who has a favorite matchup that they want to share with us here, I know I've been really bad with keeping up with chat here. Usually we don't interact with chat as much during the casting and the broadcast, but if anyone wants to share and showcase their favorites so far, feel free. We want to hear what you guys have been thinking, because this has been an absolutely fantastic event. Because I mean, me and Fish have already kind of stated our favorites and had our moments to highlight some of the plays and the games that we've seen so far. I think a lot of people have had some varying degrees on favorites and whatnot.
Yeah.
Ooh.
Seen a lot of good games so far.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, listen, we've got some of the best here. I mean, folks, if you somehow have found this event, have found the stream or the tournament without being in the Discord, I highly recommend that you do. Discord's probably the best place for all Cards and Castles community content at the moment here. It links you to virtually every other media platform, as well as just has a fantastic host of amazing players who can help you if you're feeling like a bit lost in the game, or can give you ideas on what to build in terms of new decks and new ideas. The Discord is absolutely the place to be. Do that here. And yeah, we'll give DA one more minute before he's in the deck builder. Oh, let's go. Let me actually do that. You're right, chat. Hold on. I apologize. Let me open up a prediction if you guys would like to. For those who are hanging out in the chat here, our prediction here. Let me just elevate this out. DA or Wensber. There we go. We'll open up that poll as the matchup has kind of already started. So let's go ahead and jump in. You ready, Fish?
Oh yeah.
Let's get it going.
Ooh.
Now, this is a best of 3, our first best of 3. Big Yellow returning versus the Ragnar Beast spam that we all have seen at a DA constantly in this event. As Wensber opening, or excuse me, DA opening up here with a Wolf turn 2. Very standard so far.
Wensber coming out with the Gorgon pretty early.
And that Gorgon can shut down the Wolf here, forcing DA to take another approach here. Cousin coming in here to block the incoming Gorgon.
Gorgon moves down, hits into the Wolf and Imperial Guard, and yet again another Imperial Guard comes down to block the Peasant.
It wouldn't be our grand finals without a sight here, or a showcase of Imperial Guard here. You just can't tell me. You can't tell me you can't have a finals in this event without having Imperial Guard.
Oh yeah, he's been quite the MVP so far in these past couple of games. Torgon coming down now for DA quite early, and a Ramrus coming down to shut down the Gorgon.
You're right, that's a very premature Torgon here. We haven't seen a Torgon this early from DA in a while. And that Imperial Guard here, the perfect fodder to trade into it.
Angel of Mercy coming down now.
So Mercy going to go ahead and do some nice things here. The Elusive can get him behind the castle. Do have an Imperial Guard in the pool. Call the Wild here now. Alright, so now these all beasts are going to get bigger, so maybe a Ramrus can come out and interact with the Angel of Mercy, maybe?
Yep.
can see here, DA kind of thinking on this one, holding back a bit, but again, no stranger is DA to the thought process here.
Ooh, Asin. Angel runs behind Castle and gets in a hit. And Hassan Legionnaire comes down, threatening both double draw from the depot, as well as a treasure, and hitting Castle. Ooh. No, I don't think DA has anything in his deck yet that trades very evenly into rule.
Oh, wow.
Already coming down. Oh, boy.
This could be why we saw the Torgon so early. We might already have the Ragnar pieces in the puzzle. We just didn't see it.
There's one Ramrus.
Ramrus number 1. Probably should go back and deal with the Angel, I think, right? That would probably be the ideal play. As DA here kind of... Oh, there... Yep. I do also wonder how many interactions we see from either player or from DA that's just a bit of a wonky net, because we knew going into this that DA's had some weird wonky net issues in the last like 2 hours or so, right?
Yeah.
So I wonder if he keeps getting like kicked out or anything. That would be unfortunate.
Huh. I expected a bit more from the Ragnar, to be honest. Runs in and hits for 4. Pretty solid damage, but this early... yeah, here comes a yaw. Let's see. Hitting 5 gold off something. Looks like... Yep, the...
Ooh.
Angel just... Oh. Yarham Tower, or Yarham Lightning already. Oh, boy.
Listen, these plays are coming out fast. These plays are coming out hard. Both what they need to do in this grand final scenario. As Imperial Guard going to sit in the back here. DA going to have have a response for this. Has already lost, though, his big main win condition-isk of Ragnar. So here's the, what's to say, or what's going to carry us for the rest of this game here. Might just be the beast stuff. I mean, Owl, Rabbit, impressive as it is. As, of course, both Rabbit and Owl buffed by the Call to the Wilds here. Wensber going to have to forcibly respond here. We know, though, that Wensber has some big bodies, right? Like, I mean, we have the Yarm Titan, Earth Knight here. Like, these guys can play a bit of some Guardian stuff.
Yeah. Speak of the devil.
Earth Knight going ahead, blocking the incoming Peasant. Or, excuse me, Peasant blocking the Rabbit. Earth Knight guarding the castle here for some brilliant protection.
Wolf coming down. Draw. Let's see. Blows a rammer.
Yeah. Unfortunately, though, not another one in hand to deal with the Earth Knight here. So only the one Peasant damage being dealt to castle. Got a question, though, if DA has something more in his arsenal here. Oh, yeah.
Big ol' owl bear coming in.
Yes, massively large owlbear coming in at 8/8 thanks to the boosted Call to Wild stat boost, as well as the last will unit in hand.
Ooh,
oh, Gorgon hitting the worst out of all potential targets, unfortunately, hitting the Peasant. I think wanted to grab the owlbear in that case.
Yeah. This kind of being the big weakness of yellow-blue. They don't got any of that real hard removal to just deal with big chunky stuff like owlbear here.
I think their only kind of chunk responses are in that Sacred Ground, the massive Dispel. Those decks do need to kind of, I think, take more advantage of them, whether it's in Mana Core or in the Sacred Ground. I mean, Sacred Ground gives you a bit more. It gives you healing if you don't need the Dispel. But regardless, I think we do need a bit more of that here and right now. Wensber, unfortunately, not able to pull it out. Out of the deck or out of the hand. I'm gonna have to just kind of block here with some bodies, warrior and peasant, among the few,
Ooh,
but huge.
Oh, that's a great pull off of supply. Ooh.
Yeah, that's some brutal stuff right there. The swordsman from DA, stolen from Wensber, clearing up both of those 4 HP units and delivering a massive shot with the owlbear for 8 damage. Yenneroth the response, as Fish just called there, and giving some freeze to him as well. Hypothermia, great way to kind of slow this game down a little bit. Although, I mean, if we're Wensber Fish, what do we do? We've got pack hunting now on deck here. We've got a 6/6 on face. This feels not great.
Yeah, I don't know. The only thing I can really imagine here, maybe try and get out some Minotaurs or swordsmen just to try and clean this up and put some pressure on.
I would imagine we need something along those lines that we just have not been able to see.
And DA, with all of his card draw, can just keep up this pressure.
Absolutely. The pack hunting, a great way to kind of keep the hand solid and fresh here. Snowy Owl for some more cycling as well, as you see there. Rabbit coming out now to intercept this big Yenneroth. Is more than okay with, I think, just passing up on this turn here and holding his units back. Yenneroth fading away here. Owlbear has been thawed out of his Yenneroth prison, so to speak.
Minotaur coming down. There we go. But will it be enough? Even then, it's going to need some... There comes a resurrection. He was probably hoping for a...
Imperial Guard, most likely.
Yeah.
The athlete, the star athlete, the Imperial Guard, not showing up in this moment, unfortunately. Wario does take 2 down with him. That can't be understated. Snowy Owl, Peasant both falling. Freya, oh, that's game. That is a game-winning owlbear right there, folks. Oh, boy.
Oh, man. This beast deck is really just...
It's hitting, man. It is brutal. It hits hard. It hits fast. Freya, a really important game ender that, you know, we've kind of seeing DA win with for a majority of these games. When the field is clear, the board is empty, Freya just hits right there. Whether it's delivering, you know, the big owlbear, the big war cow, it's just been brutal. Absolutely brutal.
Well, at the very least, Wensber, I'm forgetting the name. Wensber, thank you. Isn't fully down and out for the count yet.
No, not entirely.
So he still has a chance to bring this back.
Absolutely. Not only does he have the additional games left in this best of 3, but if DA takes one more game and pushes him to the next life, he has, again, 2 more shots of beating him there. So there's opportunity here. Now the question is, do we see Wensber, you know, take advantage of the brief periods that we have here and consider, you know, what's in the drawing board, what's in the deck, what can I use? You know, it's more than, you know, getting here and being a part of the final that's important. It's being able to adapt when you've taken a hit like this. You know, can you build yourself back up? Do you have the ability to recognize what's wrong and kind of go back to the drawing board? And of course, both players are taking that deck building into consideration now, as you see here. Both are hanging in. We'll give a note here. I think we've been talking for a bit, so we'll give a 3 minutes until game 2. Kind of give the pressure on these guys just a little bit here, because we don't want to keep our folks waiting too long here, as we do have a prediction going in the chat right now on who will win our grand finals here, whether it will be DA or Wensber. I think I can't tell the predictions right now because I don't have it pulled up. I think DA has the majority, I believe. I'm not entirely sure. Ugh. But in the meantime here, as we kind of wait on our next game here, Fish, going back on that match that we just saw, do you believe that there would be any approaches you would take going into game 2? Do you think that there's any routes you want to take?
Well, for Wensber, I can probably imagine I can't remember if he was. I remember one of the big yellow players was running, what is it, Frostwhirl, I'm not sure if it's him, but if he isn't, I can imagine he'll probably be adding it into his deck, just, you know, to get rid of stuff like, what are they called?
The
Ramorous,
the Ramorous.
yeah, Cockatrice, as well as just stalling out both Ragnar and, what is it? Slipping
Owlbears.
names. Owlbears, thank you.
Of course. Yeah, those two absolutely brutal. As Wensber, we're kind of still hanging out here. Just under a minute, I believe, left until we move into the next game here. I think both are ready, so whenever they are good to engage. They got the okay. They got the all clear, so to speak. And there we go. Game number 2 underway. Same matchup, same colors. Let's see if there's any differences. Both players here examining their mulligans at the moment. Let's see, here's oh, there we go. All right, let's get it going here as we throw back to DA on the first turn. Of course, passing it back to Wensber. Did turn 1 peasant here. Classic turn 2 peasant play. And we're here into the warrior here. Now, have we seen Wensberg go for like turn 2 metals into 3 drops? I don't know if this is an entirely different play than what we're used to for Wensberg's side of things.
We did once before. He got out of Vaskerheim pretty early out, just to, I'm pretty sure, just to try and apply pressure. Can't remember the exact matchup he was against, but I believe that was him. Second Vaskerheim coming out as well.
Yeah, speaking of early game pressure here, that's gonna force a response. Forest Revolt.
Ooh, good value from that.
Massive value, taking out both of these warriors here very cleanly, keeping the peasant on board, chipping into the castle as the depot already damaged enough for a Yarm Lightning. Going back here on Wensber's turn 4. Usually when we start to see the Angels of Mercy coming out. Do we have Angel in our hand again? No, going right for the Resurrection here. Pulling out the Warrior and the Peasant to right interception on the back line. As this Peasant on DA's side has been alive for quite some time.
Mm-hmm.
Back over into DA's turn here. Could see a couple of things to respond to the warrior. We know Rabbit is a strong arsenal, or strong tool in DA's arsenal to remove a warrior. So opting for Call to the Wild here. Opting to kind of power up his beast now, take the damage, which is very interesting. We do lose our hovel here. We do take some damage. We lose the peasant in the back here, but I mean, all for the beast to get a bit stronger. I guess we're taking it.
Son Legionnaire coming down.
Legionnaire in the follow-up position here. This guy's gonna be a bit of a nuisance.
Yep. God, I actually quite enjoy in what is it, in Big Yellow, even though you don't see it a whole lot in the deck. Just being able to get out just tons of value, especially when you res it, because it hits that that perfect 5 gold value from Resurrection.
Well, let's see here. Is DA gonna contemplate? He's got 1 card in mind. You can see him hovering over a certain something here. He's got some options, I guess. Cockatrice here hitting against the... Oh! Legionnaire into the beast mode. Smart play there. Kind of destroying the Legionnaire value. Forcing the wolf to come in here berserk. But not only that, against these yellow decks, these resurrection pulls, Messing up their resurrection pool like this is pretty important. Having a wolf come out is a lot less impactful than something like a warrior or a legionnaire. Warrior now coming in here, eliminating the hawk from the board. The Yarm Titan.
Big Yarm Titan coming down.
Absolutely. This cockatrice also in no way to run defense for the castle right now. This thing is uncontested. Will we see the cockatrice move up to intercept here? Or do we have another smaller, cheaper unit? Things like Ramorous or cockatrice. Thorndrake. So Thorndrake now going to run interception against the Yarm Titan. A good choice here. It will also produce the Sunflower on its death, meaning that we can, of course, again, keep on blocking the Yarm Titan. Funnily enough, cockatrice moving back. Probably the smarter choice there to avoid any sort of cleave damage or potential. But now let's see if Wensber has anything to deal with it. Lieutenant Joff. Big discard here, discarding 6 gold worth of value. So could probably use that gold. Now, Fish, do you think we're making it to the castle this turn, or do you think we're going to have to just pass and hit the Sunflower?
I think it's unlikely that he's going to make it to the castle. I guess he could kind of spend for a Yarhim Lightning, but I find that unlikely.
Yeah, and it looks like for now, Angel of Mercy going to go ahead and be the card to play here. We know there's quite a couple of cards in that resurrection pool by this point. Warrior and Wolf among the two. Got to be careful with that Wolf now floating around in the death area, resurrection pool. Has now Force Revolt coming out here from DA side of things. Cockatrice into the Lieutenant Joff. Now these trees can damage the Titan, but not remove it, unfortunately. Can do a good job of bringing him pretty low. Into the Torgon here. Torgon with the Ramorous. Both Ramorous is being utilized, taking out one of those, picking up the Yarm Titan. Ramorous number 2 hitting against the Angel of Mercy here. Warrior coming out. This is a clean connection with both of these Force Revolt trees. Beautiful cleanup by DA across this board.
Yeah. See how Wensber responds. Ooh, Swordsman coming down.
We do love the Swordsman play. Would have loved to see if that Swordsman got a little bit of a Strength of Will shenanigan boost, though. I think that was pretty funny, but that's not that's not this game, unfortunately. This matchup, at least the last time we saw it, it was in Kate's hands, but it looks like it was not carried over. Second pack hunting now from DA. We'll see more cards coming into DA's hand. We'll see what lurks beneath.
Killer Rabbit coming down.
Killer Rabbit gonna do a great job of cleaning up the Swordsman here. Without any further fuss or confusion. Do a Scout Bird. Right. I feel like we're always seeing Scout Bird, I think, pulled off of the Call to the Wild. Because, of course, that does give you 2 free beasts. So I gotta ask DA at some point if these Scout Birds are coming purely off of the Call for Wild. That's something insane. I don't know. I can't even call that luck because, you know, it's a Scout Bird. It's not the best, is it? Like, I don't know. It's a 3/4. It's fine.
I can't really imagine Scout Bird being a active pick in his deck, though.
Okay, I'm getting confirmation from DA here. The Scout Birds have purely been off the Call to Wild. Which is just insane numbers when you think about how many times he's pulled that card.
Man, oh man.
Scout Scoutbird, of course, hitting the Ha Depot here, grabbing a card for DA, as if DA didn't need more cards already. The Wolf play here. Wolf is going to block off both cards here. 2 Wolves for 2 units. I assume we're probably going to Peasant Call there, yep. For the Owl draw. Oof. I don't know, Fish. I think this is another one that's going to be a bit of an issue for Wensber to deal with. Wensber only against against a pretty sizable swarm here, all of course boosted by the Call to Wild. Legionnaire getting some draws, some gold off of that Scoutbird, thankfully. Earthlight taking out the Thorn Drake as well. Of course, can't clear off the Wolves now being at 2-5. Not even a Swordsman here can actually help us clear off these Wolves here. Maldron, the card to play instead.
Question is, does DA have anything to really deal with this?
We saw the Cockatrice ping into a beast mode. There's a very good chance another beast mode sitting in hand right now. We'd have to give DA a set of squirrels, but that's very inconsequential to the vast amount we could have seen. Earth Knight trading in with the Sunflower, I believe.
Yep, just trying to clean up right now. Both these wolves, I assume, yep, going into the Imperial Guard. Trying to clean off as much of the board as possible right now by the looks of it.
Cockatrice pinging the Legionnaire.
You might even see a Killer Rabbit as well. Yep, there we go.
You called it. There it is.
Prediction magic. Orcow coming down. Just trying to, I think, overwhelm and I guess just force as much response out of Wensber as possible. He doesn't have quite as many cards in hand as DA right now, so...
There's a great line, though, for one particular card here. Ah.
Ooh.
Frost Whirl, not the card I was thinking of, but hey, this actually works as well, too. The Battle Squirrel's Berserk, most likely it's going to clear off, yeah, both the Owl... Oh, the wrong order. The Owl stays alive. Most likely going to die, though, in the cycle between players here. But Angel of Mercy in the meantime, going to be a bit of an interesting challenge. I say as, you know, only I think the Wolf Warrior still in the pool here. I wonder if there's anything else. I don't know if the Battle Squirrels go into the pool if they end up dying.
They do. Same as rats as well. Tend to notice that you can't. That's very risky to play a lot of these smaller bodies with revive because it's very easy for them to slip in and dilute the pool.
Yeah, but I mean at that point I think you had to understand why we were going for that specific choice with the Maldron. I mean. With how many cards were on board here and potentially moving into Swarm, it's good to have Maldron as a tool to block. Yeah. The unfortunate thing is, though, I mean, we saw there, despite having all of the ability to produce a lot of squirrels, these colors, there are ways to deal with Maldron.
Yep.
And the Peasant coming down here, Thorn Drake as well. Trying to play Interception, but we do know that the elusive on Angel's going to make that hard to really properly block for.
Let's see where these squirrels go. One hits into Owl and the other hits into Ramirez. I don't think he could ask for really better hits than that.
Absolutely.
Angel Mercy, probably just going to head behind tower. Now let's see what he has in his hand. Ooh, John Vive, that's big.
Oh, that's huge.
This is what I was talking about. Battle Squirrel ended up diluting the deck, though the Hassan Legionnaire is a great pull from this.
the Legionnaire is an incredible tool. Drawing cards, getting the treasure, keeping Wensber alive, even if for just a bit longer. I mean, we say a bit longer, but he's actually the one untouched in terms of castle HP. DA has received all of the damage.
Yeah.
And now the question is, do we have removal for the Legionnaire, or did the Sunflower have to go in and give him another draw?
Yeah. At this point, DA has used up a lot of his removal. It's hard to say if he has any left. We'll just have to wait and see.
Absolutely.
There's
right.
Beast Mode.
Beast Mode does get thrown in here. That does mean
Big ol'
Legionnaire,
owlbear
no
coming.
more value.
And a peasant as well.
Kind of concerning, though, as we're playing a lot of defensive stuff here. The owlbear now moved into attack, purely set for defense here. Angel of Mercy, untouched and uncontested in the back as well. The peasant's not going to be able to kill it.
Getting at least 4 damage off on Castle here.
That is true. And Wensber, of course, all the time in the world to debate on whether or not we can freeze the owlbear, if we can remove the owlbear. Anything along those lines to kind of remove or stall the threat here would go a great length.
Mm-hmm. Angel of Mercy hitting into Peasant, surprisingly. Oh,
Nice little Gorgon force there. Forcing the Gorgon to attach to the owlbear rather than risk the 50-50.
Yeah. And Pegacorn coming down as well. Just for the bit of extra. And a Peasant.
Now this is nice here, as both the Pegacorn and Gorgon are set to act as ways that we can actually remove the owlbear while keeping a large majority of our other units alive and healthy. The Angel of Mercy, the John Viev can go uncontested, and we can keep the Pegacorn and the Gorgon just focused on removing the owlbear.
Yep. DA's really stuck on the back foot at this point.
Yeah.
If there's any deck that could probably deal with what is it, blue white, it's what is it, big yellow. Just because being able to you really need to force as many removal tools out of blue white as possible, just so you can keep stuff on their tower, because they completely lack guardians of any kind.
Absolutely.
Yeah, so just making sure you always have stuff on their tower to be constantly dealing damage and pinging them is very important.
Now, of course, the Fairy Queen, the War Cow coming out here to try and play defense, try to play as additional blockers in any kind of capacity. Peasant moving in. Do we have a Said Lightning, maybe? I assume. Yeah, we do.
Or him. Ooh, I think that's just game, right?
Yeah, right there. 5 from the John Viev. The Pegacorn is the last bit of damage.
The Titan falls. Well played, Wensber.
Beautiful work there.
Ah.
Now, that was,
Yeah.
of course, only, I believe...
The second game, and
Correct.
it is tied right now. So
Yes.
this final game, deciding factor.
Yes, this is going to be... Well, this is only our final match in the sense of the first best of 3. If DA wins, we push to a new set. If Wensber wins, the grand final is concluded. That should be it now. Was that game 2, or was that best of 3?
That was
It's one.
game.
It's 1-1, Chad. It's 1-1.
Yep. We got one more game here.
I know some of them maybe are a bit diluting into one because of how often we see DA on one side of the board. Yeah, no, it's not. So for those who also maybe are misunderstanding our +1, our +1 is only an extra winner's life, meaning that if they lose in the best of 3 set, they get to go on and do another best of 3 set to determine the ultimate winner. Kind of like an extra life type deal. That was Wensber's, I guess, prize for winning in winners finals here. but that's not going to save him in grand finals if he loses it. So right now we have another matchup to play here. If Wensber wins this next matchup, yeah, that'll be it. That'll be all good, and Wensber will be the champion. However, if DA wins, we have at least 2 more games to play. So it all comes down to this. We'll give the players another bit of a brief relief period, though, for some needs, necessities. We'll be up in 4, I would say. I want to give these guys, so... We'll give them any kind of reprieve that they need to. Of course, DA back in the deck builder. Yes, if DA wins, there is another best of 3, which will be both players' last attempts. Because, you know, we run that as, you know, because Wensber did not ever go into the loser's bracket, he kind of has that extra life that everyone has, right? And if he loses that in the best of 3 here, it's technically like he came from the loser's bracket, playing in this grand finals matchup, so... That is our way of going about this. That's also how we've done it here as well for our tournaments, our grand finals, giving this kind of like twist of this, you know, more elongated game. Can the players, you know, test their endurance by having this many games? And now, of course, that rule could change. We might introduce more best of 3s earlier in the game or earlier in the brackets, but. We found that usually this method, this way of doing it, is better for players, both, you know, time-wise, stamina-wise, everything. Yeah. Because, listen, I love cards and castles, but unfortunately, I don't have the time if we start at 5 and all these games were best of 3 here. We've had... Folks, let me go ahead and quickly showcase... well, not showcase, but kind of highlight. We had a total of 66 players across this whole tournament. This whole tournament run, we've had 66 incredible players step up to test their hand. And now we're at the final 2. And that, by the way, is us being on a holiday weekend here. This is, of course, for us in the States, a bit of a Thanksgiving week. So some players may be spending time to focus on their families and whatnot, so maybe this isn't even everyone who had interest in tournament stuff. But anyway, I digress. Moving into game number 3 here. Back again, the same colors, tried and true. The blue-white versus the yellow-blue. Oh! Potentially our final game here if Wensber walks away with a W. Day opening up turn 2 here with a peasant.
Wensber responds in kind. And DA just trades in.
Yep. Quick, clean, and effective. As turn 2 tends to be. Warcow being introduced now as the turn 3 play here on DA's side.
Comes Vaskerheim. Oof, threatening both depot and castle here. I assume he's at least probably going to summon someone to block it, and if not that, I don't know, he likely has some way to deal with it at the moment. Yeah, here comes a wolf, and he's going to move in with the war cow, most likely to hit his face. Oh, actually hit into supply depot, probably just opening it up for Yarham.
Yep, absolutely. Of course, usually we've seen Depot kind of be targeted by players who have that AoE removal at least one time. And if they can get it early as possible, they don't have to worry about it for the rest of the game pretty much. When it happens, it happens.
Yep.
Of course here, DA going with the top peasant play here. After playing the wolf here, we'll pass it back to Wensber. Not able to get the clean push against the castle, unfortunately, now with the wolf in the way.
Yep.
We'll see if we go back and maybe, yep, go for the war cow.
War cow, that will kill both of them. But it looks like he has, Hassan Legionnaire coming out as well.
Legionnaire, good play here. Running into Owlbear, though, is not exactly the best of luck. And of course, is a large lad sitting at 7-7. Must mean that a last will is in the hand here. Most likely a Thorn Drake, maybe?
Yep.
Now, of course, Wensber on a bit of the back foot once again here, debating on how to do. Legionnaire in range of absolutely nothing, unfortunately.
Top of that, there's nowhere that the Legionnaire can run to get away from the Owl there, so no matter what, it's pretty much just going to be a solid trade. Plays down Pegacorn, and I assume... Hassan's just going to sit there for the time being.
Yeah, I'm going to try and maybe force the Owlbear to make the move here, taking up an action, so to speak. I don't really think it matters in the end here, but yeah, Legionnaire are going to go ahead and fall to the Owlbear.
Pack Hunting comes out, try and draw into more cards. I imagine it's likely either Killer Rabbits or more Owlbears right now. Maybe Ramorous if he has Ragnar in hand, but don't know until we see. Heals back up the Owlbear as well, just so it can tank the next Pegacorn hit. And just kind of forcing Wensber to dedicate even more resources to dealing with it.
Absolutely. Of course, now throwing back to Wensber. Pegacorn, again, in range of virtually nothing except for the Owlbear, making it harder to go after the Wolf. Lieutenant Joff coming in, discarding 3 golds worth, getting 3 treasure. Not the best hit out of Joff, unfortunately. But still has to deal with the Owlbear, which it looks like that is going to be the case here, as both Pegacorn and Joff go in and kill off the Owlbear.
Giving him a Pterodactyl and reviving a Hassan Legionnaire.
That's probably the best thing you could ask for a revive target right now, to be honest. Now, we can actually do a bit of cheeky Wolf interactions here. If DA is holding a beast mode, we know that combo is pretty prevalent. Wolf actually tanks a shot.
Ooh, Owlbear coming down.
Okay, we do not. It looks like Peasant... I mean, Peasant's not really doing a whole lot. I can kind of hang out, right?
Yeah. I doubt he really wants to hit into anything right now, so probably just going to leave it there.
Funnily enough, right now, the Pterodactyl Legionnaire is actually a clean kill on Owlbear. It's a 2-for-1, but it does get Wensber the draw and the gold. If played correctly, that is, of course. Yeah, one of those wolves there at 1-5 all the way into the back, proving to be a bit of a nuisance. We'll start to probably do some chip damage in the next few turns here. Pterodactyl and Legionnaire, yep, as you said, hitting in and getting some draw. Draw and some gold.
Minotaur coming down, trying to get more card draw out, just deal with some of these little threats.
Absolutely, trying to stop the swarm before it becomes too massive or too hard to handle. Although DA sitting again on a mountain of cards there in hand.
Cockatrice coming down, pinging down the supply depot. Let's see if he has any way to deal with this Minotaur, though.
Wolf going in, starting to chip face, as we've mentioned before. That was probably going to happen.
Another prediction coming on. Killer Rabbit. Come on, come on. Fingers crossed.
There's a chance. I mean, seven gold, that many cards, you can't not be, right?
Let's see.
As Wolf has kind of pushed into the fray here to meet the Minotaur. I don't know if there's any... Oh, alright.
Workout coming down. Exactly enough gold. Come on, come on.
Oh. An Imperial Guard. A page, mind you, potentially stolen out of Wensber's depot there. We have not
Surprised
seen
by
Imperial
the,
Guard so far from DA side, so...
Surprised to see him allowing the Minotaur to get so much value here, though. He's going to get at least 2 more kills, I assume.
Yeah, hits into the 1/4 Wolf probably, draws a card there, right?
John Vive coming down.
Oh, and that warrior.
Oh, that's big.
That warrior with incredible value there. Minotaur doesn't even need to engage right now. We can just take a huge shot at the castle for 6 and pass it back. Holy.
That is some good value right there.
That is some good eating for Genevieve.
Man, oh man.
Now, of course, DA having to respond to this. Still has some beast modes, I think, prepared in the deck. So perhaps, maybe...
Extra life coming in to heal back up that castle a bit. Just trying to cycle through his deck right now.
Yep, that draw is what we're kind of really hammering in home for. You know, can this draw find us something valuable? Anything to... What's it called? Deal with the Minotaur. Let's see here. Yeah, he's kind of thinking about it here. Hasn't even gone as far as to engage with the wolf.
Cock's just coming down, pinging the pegcorn. And there's Rammers to clean up said pegcorn. Torgan the Wild come down.
There's the Gorgon off of the Pegacorn here. Not the worst pull.
Mm-hmm. Ramorous. That gonna hit him too.
Might try to get rid of the Gorgon. That seems like the safer bet, maybe?
Oh, hitting the John Vive. You might be trying to set up for a Yarhim here. Oh, nope.
Goes back to Wensber, allowing at least 10 face damage at this point here. That's a huge chunk.
That is.
I mean, if you're in Wensber's shoes here, what do you think? You know, is your game plan? What do you gonna want to try to do to, I guess, make sure the beast spin doesn't really get you out of control here, or throw off your position?
Well, probably try and get out of Frostwhirl if I could. That's pretty good. Otherwise, from that, I would just try and constantly, you know, what he's doing here is great. Keep constantly putting these big threats that demand attention. It forces all the removal out of DA's hand and just puts him on the back foot, which is exactly what you want to do against this kind of deck. Being able to, you know, as I said before, being able to just force, because they have no defenders, being able to force them into this really difficult position is great. And by the looks of it, that's what he's doing right here.
DA doesn't. Up in the corner. Kind of a weird call to make.
I'm wondering if that might have been a misclick. I don't know why I would put it up there. Both Thorn Drakes coming down now.
Was that a rabbit position the whole time, maybe?
It might have been.
Oh,
there.
Freya.
Warlick. But will it be enough? He really needs to hit the Minotaur here and John Vive.
Yeah, I think the Minotaur is pretty much assured destruction. The issue is that other one. It's got two additional targets outside the John Vive to hit there.
Well, the thing is, he put this in... He might be a bit stressed here, because he put this in not a very good place. Because the thing about Berserk units is they will always move if they can before they attack, which means he's not hitting that John Vive. See? There you go.
And yeah, Gorgon being removed here. One of the two Gorgons from that Thorn Drake being destroyed, producing 2 Sunflowers as expected. And also Freya doing a nice job of blocking this incoming Gorgon. So not taking as much damage as we could be at this point. But we have to see what's left in the tank.
Yeah. Wensber has a lot of resources though that he got off his Heaven Claw, that's big. Yeah, both of those being able to move in, hit now.
Oh,
gonna...
wow.
Ooh.
That does a lot.
Yeah. Has DA used both of his Touch of Lives at this point?
Probably.
There's Ragnar, and there's Ramrus.
Alright. Can the Ragnar spam take Wensber to the last remaining bits of HP possible?
At this point, though, DA is kind of running on fumes here. Oof. I mean, he's getting out, like, the last bits of his deck, but this is, like, the lowest he's ever seen his hand.
Yeah. 1 gold to spare. No Freya
boy,
as well to give these beasts
damage.
further rampage. Or berserk.
Alright.
4, 2, that's 6. That's not enough.
Yeah. The question is, though, does Wensber have the burn here?
I mean, if there is burn, the issue actually... I think in this scenario, the Yarm Lightning should take out DA first, because he's on the lower life total, but I can't confirm that. But at this point, neither player can use the Yarm Lightning to burn each other out. Oh, actually, maybe now. Yeah, there it is.
Oh, there we go. Wow.
Woo! There we go. No need to think about complex draw scenarios when you just have the win of Earth Knight.
Yep. Oh, man. And I believe that is the tournament, right?
That's the tournament. That is Wensber's
Woo!
total grand finals victory. So let me go ahead, close our prediction here. Wow.
Oh, man.
There was
Well played,
There was a
Wensber.
13% chance, or 13% prediction on Wensber here going up against the majority.